Hey everyone, and welcome to another video. Tonight we have 9 scary stories. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Liking the video is the best way to let me know I'm doing a good job, and it also helps out the channel immensely. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. I'm currently trying to reach 125,000 subscribers. The channel seems to be growing a little bit again lately, and I just wanted to say thank you to all of you, new and old. I love what I do, and the fact that I get to share it with anybody at all is very special to me. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. My cousin told me a curious thing once. "I don't believe in hell," he said. "There is no kind of pain that a person can't get used to, or even learn to appreciate." I've thought a lot about that. As long as we have the means to perceive our surroundings, we have the capability to appreciate it. If you've been on the internet long enough, you know what kind of absolutely vile things people have come to love. I don't believe I'm any different. It started back in 2016. I worked my second year as a lab assistant for a pharmaceutical company, a large Midwestern one with the blue sunflower logo. Lower end of the pay scale, high end of the benefits kind of gig. I didn't have that much going on in my life. It was just this endless cycle of overtime, sleep, and overtime again. I had an apartment on the 3rd floor, modern place with a huge elevator and reflective glass in the hallways. They had a deal with the company and offered a rent cut for everyone who worked there, making it a sort of corporate hangout spot along with a home. I thought I was going to hate it, but I ended up appreciating it. But there was a fire. I don't know what started it, but it turned the 1st floor into an inferno. I was fresh out of the shower when it happened, barely covering myself with a towel. The alarms blared. It was so quick. You can feel the flames eating the air around you before you feel the heat. A hitch in your throat. It was hot enough for you to get boils by just stepping into the hallway. I tried making my way downstairs, while my neighbor across the hall locked himself in his apartment. Last I saw of him, he and his family peeked at me through a closing door, their eyes reflecting the spreading flames from downstairs. I didn't make it far. Everything looks different in the smoke, and I got turned around. I tried to push forward, but it was too late. I knocked on doors, begging for shelter, but no one answered. I ended up in the corner of a hallway, pushed up against the elevator, feeling the heated metal melt the outer skin of my hand. Your throat closes up. You can see heat build on your arms, boils bursting like poxes. And before you pass out, you dissociate. You can't really believe it's happening. I knew I should have panicked, but I just shrugged it off. It wasn't real. It was like another world, another me. It wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. I never experienced anything like that in all my life, so it had to be a hallucination. But that's the thing about experiencing something for the first time. You don't realize what it is. That's the best way I can describe it. Dying. I was only out for a couple of seconds, maybe half a minute before the firefighters found me. They dragged me out and wrapped me in a blanket. I had 2nd-degree burns all over, 3rd-degree in some places. Those hurt less. It burns through the nerves. You don't feel that until you start to recover. Waking up was unreal. I didn't understand that I'd been bandaged all over my head. I just thought they'd turned off the lights. I couldn't feel a thing, courtesy of a more than generous corporate health insurance and an even more generous dose of morphine. I remember someone talking to me, but I could barely hear them on one side. An eardrum had ruptured. and my left ear had fused to the side of my hairless head. "Oh, thank God," a voice said. "Thank God you're gonna make it." My little sister, Sammy, she'd flown in from Ottawa. I was in and out of consciousness for days. I had nightmares about pain and anxiety about the drugs wearing off. Sometimes I'd hear machines beeping. Once a nurse changed a bandage, and it felt like getting my skin torn off. I remember drawing in a breath to scream, and then just gone. Blackout. I'd get these glimpses of real life sometimes. Someone humming in the hallway, my sister talking on her phone, a beam of light hitting the bandage across my eye, tickling a damaged membrane. I prayed not to feel anything because I knew that it'd just be more pain, unbearable, mind-numbing agony, your body turning inside and out, trying to heal everything at once, hitting biological dead ends over and over. I think it was night when someone came into my room. They talked to Sammy. They sounded apologetic. She cried. Then a little later, someone else came into the room. They had something else to say. Her tone changed. "Hope? Please," she said. "Whatever it takes." They rolled me into an elevator and then outside. There was a mild breeze that stung like nails on my missing skin. Transport. Sammy calling out in the distance. "We'll take good care of him." The prick of a needle. I couldn't feel a thing. I was out for at least 36 hours. When I came to, I was lying in a hospital bed, looking up at the ceiling. No bandages covering my face. A soft gray membrane covering my left eye. I blinked it away and instinctively raised my arm to wipe it off. The arm was covered in a thick, dark, ink-like substance. It clung to me like a putty, but I could barely feel it. I'd never seen anything like it before. My entire body was covered in it. It was on my face, too, even on my eyes. But it worked as a sort of one-way mirror. It didn't block my vision. The closer you looked, the more translucent it was. It was fine. No pain. No restricted movement. Nothing. I sat up, accidentally pulling out a couple of wires from my arm. I looked down at my body, only to see that all-covering ink putty dry up and sink into my skin, like morning dew on a dry lawn. Didn't feel a thing, not even a tickle. A nurse came running just moments later, ready to get to work. Sammy was with her, but when they saw me standing there, it was like there was a cooling breeze seeping through the room. The tensions just melted away. I'd never seen my sister in that state before, her hair having thinned at the edges of her ear, and the bags under her eyes looking purple, her face sunken, like she'd forgotten how to smile. But seeing me, she lit up like dawn. She ran up to me with her arms open but stopped. "Can I hug you?" she asked. "Are you okay?" "I think so," I said. "Yeah." So we hugged, and over her shoulder, I could see a corporate representative waiting for me in the hallway. If you were confused, just know that I was too. We're getting there. Information was spotty at best. Someone threw around a project called Black Bell. The name Super Adaptive Nano Liquid was mentioned a couple of times. Basically, Sammy had given them the go-ahead to try a new treatment. I must have been on the candidate list since I was a loyal worker, and leaking company secrets would not only get me sued, but cost me my career. Part of the deal was weekly checkups and participating in their trials. I could quit if I wanted to, but chances were that I'd go right back to that hospital bed if the treatment wasn't completed. I didn't really have a choice, but I didn't blame them for it. They had their own interests to look out for, and I'd been given this amazing opportunity. I could walk right out of there. That's worth an NDA. Coming back to the office a couple weeks later, there were some people talking about me. They said the treatment had been developed in one of our branch labs in Vietnam. It had been mentioned in a couple of memos as something tested in relation to vacuum treatment and low oxygen environments. I'd seen it too, but had no idea it had regenerative properties. I mean, you can read something on paper, but seeing it in action is another thing entirely. Most people didn't believe I'd really been in a fire. They thought I'd been taking time off, riding the coattails of an accident that consumed my apartment. I could have shown them pictures, but that would somehow make it even more unbelievable. I decided to let them think whatever they wanted. The higher-ups knew the truth, and that was all that mattered. So slowly, but surely, I got back into that endless cycle of overtime and sleep. Sammy was sticking around for a while to make sure I managed, but apart from that, it was business as usual. Of course, what you see on the surface isn't always telling the whole story. I'd stay up at night imagining that excruciating pain writhing just underneath my skin. What if there was a hiccup in the treatment, or some kind of side effect? Could all of it really come back? Could one wrong step send me back to the hospital bed? I'd lose hours of sleep worrying, looking up at the ceiling of my new bedroom, closing my eyes but not sleeping, still feeling the heat of the flames licking my skin, the hair on my arms curling up to die, little parts of me blending with the ashes, the smell of my own flesh cooking. I couldn't stop thinking about it. It was 2 weeks into my new routine when I had my first panic attack. Someone brought in a birthday cake to work, and they blew out the candles over lunch. There was something about the faint glow of fire reflecting on their skin that sent a spiral of thoughts rushing through me. Heat. My pulse ran away from me. I could imagine my skin trying to sweat, but the pores being melted shut. The pain I imagined wasn't real, but the memories it brought on sent it all to the forefront of my mind. I politely declined a piece of cake and ran to the bathroom. I threw up and curled into a corner, forcing my eyes shut. But no matter how hard I tried, I felt the pain, a mild heat latching onto me, burying itself in my skin. You can't think away a panic attack. You just have to ride it out, and wish the next one is shorter. Talking to Sammy about it over dinner, she decided to stick around for a few more weeks. I hadn't asked her to do it, but she was happy to. She'd made baked potatoes. I'd forgotten to buy new cutlery and plates, so we had to settle for paper plates and plastic forks. A single naked light bulb hung overhead. "You talk in your sleep, you know," she mentioned as the oven dinged. "I hear it through the walls." "What do I say?" "It's not really words, it's just like sounds," she said. "Long, drawn-out vowels, but it kinda sounds like words." "I'll try to keep it down." She gave me an apologetic look. She knew I couldn't control it, and she knew I couldn't try even if I wanted to, but it was a nice thought. It got worse, though. I would have nightmares and wake up choking. I'd feel my skin getting warmer at night. My anxiety would pop off at seemingly random times, kicking me out of whatever comfort zone I had managed to make for myself. It could strike fast and stick around all day. After a while, it was more unusual for me to have a good day than a bad one. Coming home from work one day, I stopped at a light. I sat in my car, hands on the wheels, seeing the light turn red as I came to a full stop. The radio jockey chuckled about putting on some classic dad rock for a caller, and put on Kiss with the song Hotter Than Hell. It's a nice song, but it put my mind in an uncomfortable place. I stared at that red light, hoping I wouldn't see the yellow light. Something about the glow of it put me right back there in the hallway, squirming around on the floor. The meat on my hand getting cooked on the surface of the heated metal elevator door. I closed my eyes and felt something. A soft, cooling coat expanded across my skin. The treatment, it was still there. I remember someone honking. Maybe the light had turned green, but I couldn't risk looking. I couldn't open my eyes. Maybe it would hurt. Maybe it had all turned dark. 100 maybes, locking my hands on the steering wheel and keeping my eyes closed. Then, a flicker. It's like I manifested it. A spark reacting with my skin. Fire. It must have looked like an explosion, all the air getting sucked out at once, breaking the windows. The car popped from the release pressure as the entire car lit up. Ungodly pain. I couldn't scream. A single flame danced on my eyes as they fused shut. Nerve endings exploded with agony as the bones on my knuckles exposed themselves to the open air. It happened so fast. Like someone shutting off the lights inside your mind one by one. Sight, smell, hearing, taste, touch, thought. You can't breathe. There is no air. You don't know what you're doing. You can't feel yourself. Are you standing up? Sitting down? Impossible to tell. They say I was completely engulfed in flames for a solid 2 minutes before a passerby managed to pull me out of the wreckage. They said I was covered in a black liquid, which they thought was motor oil. I was dropped onto the pavement and the flames were put out by bystanders. The treatment kept me alive through all of it. Alive, but suffering. It kept me on the edge of life, not allowing me to cross over. And the agony stuck with me for what felt like an eternity. But eventually the sirens came. The EMTs would never hear of what would be a second miraculous burn victim recovery. I'd walk out of that hospital a couple of days later without any questions asked. The treatment put me right back into square one. Perfect physical condition, with a couple of mental asterisks. Well, the firefighters didn't understand what happened. The corporation did. Apparently, my ceaseless obsession with fire was triggering an adaptive reaction. Basically, I was tricking myself. By thinking so much about burning, it became the normal state of being, and the treatment adapted to it. It basically thought I wanted to burn, so it set me on fire. At least that's how it was explained to me. Knowing the cause of the issue helped, but also not. It's hard to put yourself in a state of mind where you're not allowing yourself to think certain things. It's like biting your nails or picking your nose. Thinking of how you can't do it makes it worse. Knowing that thinking too much about this one thing might cause a fire was all-consuming as the flames themselves. Sammy didn't leave me, though. She figured out a couple of things we could do to alleviate stress. For example, I could start sleeping in the bathtub, and we could remove anything flammable. No drapes, no plastics. We also kept a fire blanket nearby. It was uncomfortable, but you can get used to anything. It was nice to know that it was there in case I needed it. A precaution. It puts you at ease, and you stop obsessing over it as much. I'd go to weekly checkups. They'd had me fill out forms, rating sensations and experiences on scales from 1 to 10, and rarely too often. A lot of it was generalized questions, but a couple of them were specifically made for me. These questions didn't have a standard answering sheet. There'd be some overpaid academic listing off questions with a nonchalant smile. Every week, a different smile, but the same attitude. I got the impression that I wasn't the only one testing this treatment. The questions they asked implied that others were having trouble as well, but in completely different ways. Multiple choice questions like, how often do you forget to breathe? How often do you forget to sleep? How much has your sense of touch diminished? With possible answers ranging from hourly to monthly. I made more adjustments in my everyday life. Fire blankets, extinguishers, Once I filled the tub with water before sleeping, as I felt an episode coming on. The ink would seep out of my skin to keep me from going hypothermic. It really was adaptive. Sammy did her best to help, but something she said stuck with me. As I was heading to work, she took some time cleaning out the tub. I asked her if she was okay doing that. "It's not that different from changing bandages," she said. "You gotta adapt either way. At least there's no pain, right?" Trauma seeps into you like a poison. The bad days become the new normal, and the good days become this impossible deal you strive to get. That perfect day without that sinking feeling in your chest, where you can sleep a little longer without waking up tired, where you can say you had a nice dream and can afford to put some effort into caring for yourself, have that extra long shower, the freshly pressed clothes. But I couldn't do that. I'd be balancing on the edge, ready to burst into flames. I wouldn't wear my best clothes. I'd stay in the tub at night. I would keep my distance from my sister and my coworkers. All these little things you do to keep yourself from becoming a problem. And even then, things would spiral out of control. It happened once as I was going from the supermarket to my car. I didn't even know what made me snap. Suddenly, it was all just fire. I burned all my groceries and was left exposed in the parking lot, covered in ash and writhing in pain. It was a short enough burn for my nerves to stay, making me feel every boil and crack in the skin, blood and soot on the concrete. The most embarrassing time it happened was at work. I felt it coming, and I hid in the bathroom again. As the flames burst out, the fire alarm tripped. Sprinklers came on. I got a nasty burn, but not as bad as the other times. I could still walk out of there. I draped myself in a jacket and had to walk out in front of all of my coworkers, naked from the waist down and covered in boils. After that, I was put on paid leave while my treatment continued. We were going to work out an action plan with a therapist, but they had some trouble getting one that was accessible at this level of corporate secrecy. So while it dragged on, all I could do was wander around and try my best not to think of something that could burn my house down at a moment's notice. It was getting to me, and I suspect, to Sammy as well. One night, it happened in the bath. I had an awful dream which shook me right awake. The bathroom was pitch black. Despite my eyes being open, it was dark. That it spiraled into this thought of my eyes having fused shut. It pushed that first domino in my chest, and by the time I got out of the bath, I was on fire, casting crawling shadows along the walls. Sammy came running. She tried to help, but ended up burning her hands. I pushed her away, giving her another burn on her neck. I pulled myself into the bath and turned on the water. It's hard to do when you don't have any skin on your fingers. Blood is slippery, and the knobs in the shower can be a bit finicky. The fire alarm was going crazy, but Sammy managed to turn it off. Concerned neighbors came knocking at the door, and she had to turn them away with a bleeding neck and hands. And I just lay in the bath, watching the last embers on my skin disappear, putting me back in the soothing dark. I locked the door, begging for the night to be over. Things got complicated after that. Of course, Sammy didn't want to leave, but the bandages on her neck and hands broke my heart. The way she winced as she made herself a peanut butter jelly sandwich, the salt stinging her wounds. I lied to her and said the company was bringing over a live-in care provider. It wasn't completely untrue. It had been discussed, in passing. I waved goodbye to Sammy from the kitchen window. A cab drove off with her and I could finally relax. She was out of harm's way. My way. I tried to deal with my anxiety in other ways. I went out a lot. Booze helps a bit, especially if there's a lot of distractions. Live bands playing loud music, pretty girls waving their long hair around. Anything to get the finger in your mind away from the first domino that sends you spiraling into oblivion. I thought I could make something fun out of it. Once, when I got really drunk, I tried showing it as a party trick to a couple of barflies. They thought I was kidding around, that I was some kind of fire breather or something. So when I willingly set myself on fire, they were horrified. They didn't know about my treatment, so when the dark ink covered my skin, it looked like I'd been turned into coal. Their eager twisted as they ran screaming back into the bar. One of them called the police. Another fainted. They covered their noses, trying not to breathe in my fumes. I locked my knees into place, forcing my body to stay upright past the snapping musculature. My head dangled as my neck gave out. I fell face first into a puddle, but the treatment stopped me from suffocating. An inch of water, and it would have killed me. By the time a patrol arrived, I was long gone, leaving my tattered clothes in a black pile. I knew the roads well enough. I didn't care anymore. Coming home that night, I considered my options. I could keep going down this path, hoping something would change, or I could struggle and kick my way through a life lived on the precipice of pain. No matter what I did, there'd always be that fear brewing in the back of my mind, reminding me that I was never far away from the gates of my own hell. I sat on my balcony for a while, looking up at the stars. There was something beautiful there, a kinship. They burned too, but they hadn't known another life. Perhaps that was the way to go. The next day I took my car and drove into the desert. I parked and left a note. No valuables. I hid the keys under the front tire, stripped down, and put my clothes under the hood. There was no paint in them getting burned. I wanted a fresh pair when I got back. If I got back. Then I walked. I felt the sun on my skin, and I sensed the heat boiling at the edge of my mind. Come on, I muttered. Come on. I made myself think of it. I forced myself into it. I kicked myself down the black spiral in my mind and let the impressions take over. Come on, I begged. Get it over with. And when the flames came, I was relieved. I just let it happen. The fires burning my eyes shut and sucking the air out of my lungs. My body crackling and popping, breaking at the seams with every twist and turn. Your senses disappear. You can't scream. And with the treatment keeping me alive, I locked myself in a spiraling struggle as my body was repaired and burned over and over. Acrid flesh, ammonia, and burnt hair coming and going as my sense of smell circled. Flashes of light as my cornea struggled to remain. A violent tinnitus coming and going, like a breathing wave crashing into my skull. Never-ending pain, the kind of agony where a second turns into lifetimes. But it was too late. There was no one coming to save me. What had I done? You don't really taste anything. There might be little spots of blood leaving an impression of iron on your tongue, but it came and went. Same with touch. It would be pain or nothing. After a while, I stopped trying to breathe. I let my throat stay closed, and the treatment would keep me alive. I would feel my heart slowing, adapting, realizing that if I was calculated, I could make micro movements in bouts of muscular repair, meaning if I tried long enough, I could move, but only so slightly. I remember laying in the sand. The flashes of light were darker. It must have been night. I'd managed to move my hand straight into view so I could see my own fingers. There'd be darkness, a little light from the moon, a flash of clarity showing a coal-wrapped, skeletonized hand. Liquidized boiled fat staining the black sands around me. I tried to think, but even my brain was affected. There'd be long stretches of time where I sensed this gate in the back of my head, barring me from chasing any complicated thoughts. I couldn't remember my name. I could just think of something short and immediate, bursts of effort and strain. As my lungs came and went, I could think of sounds to make, vowels mostly. I settled on a couple that I found easy to repeat, just to remind myself that I was alive. E and O sounded particularly nice. E-O, E-O, E-O. As I couldn't see or hear anything, my mind started to fill in the blanks. The waves of painful screeching in my ear started to sound like voices and music. The flickering lights began to look like angels. I would have conversations with them and the pain would lull into a background noise. A nuisance at most. I'd have these presences sit down next to me. One had a voice like a beautiful piano, talking sonatas that would make me weep. Another would lie down next to me and wrap their arms around me, their breath on my neck like a soothing wind. They'd whisper of beautiful places and far-off lands, a beach where no one is alone, an island paradise where the sands are pink, a tree that reaches for the moon wanting to go home, little stories and melodies playing in the fire, begging me to stay. I could feel my needs melting away. When you're at the bottom of every sensation, there's no point in trying to look up. What's a glass of water when your world is on fire? What's a night of sleep when you're living in a nightmare? I let it all go, embracing the pain. It was so easy. After a while, I realized I could direct my efforts, like managing a switchboard. Keep the eyes off, I'd think. Keep the eyes and the ears off. Instead, I'd focus on the muscles, keeping me at intense pain levels but allowing me to move, to touch. I don't know if anyone saw me. I don't think they did. But if anyone had seen me, they'd have seen a charred body rise from the ashes facing the moon. I'd wander the sands, inviting the pain into the soles of my feet. I didn't care about stepping on branches or rocks. I'd feel the wind fanning the flames, fueling me like an engine. The more I moved, the more it hurt, and the more I could keep going. And as I moved, air would push into my lungs, leaving me with enough room to scream. And with that, I'd howl at the moon like a beast. E-O, E-O, E-O. Time would pass, and it wouldn't. Your days don't really start or end. It all just keeps going. What was real and what wasn't would be blurred, making me chase thoughts I didn't know I had. I'd make up words that even a burned mouth could say, borrowing meaning from whispers in the fire, words with depth and power that I'd forget in a second, or an hour. There was no way to tell. I would imagine other burning people walking alongside me. Sometimes I would see them dancing at the edge of my vision. Long, elegant movement with trails of smoke puffing into the sky. Little lights allowing themselves to burn out and die. I'd cry for them, laugh at them, and all the while I suffered. But that was normal. I'd fall to my knees and stay there smoldering, not moving an inch. I'd give in to the thoughts that trickled into sparks of consciousness, becoming a conduit to whatever spoke through me. Vowels trickling past broken teeth. A prayer, perhaps. My most vivid memory is that moment when I'm kneeling in the sand. Even with my eyes closed, I could tell I wasn't in our world anymore. I was in a world of fire, praying to an ocean of molten steel. Another dead man propped up to suffer. E-O, E-O, E-O. The burning angels would listen and dance. The ocean of pain would soothe me. There was no heat anymore. It was home. I'd finally reached the other side of the shore, where pain was life and being without it was agony. I'd adapted. I'd learned. I'd been perfected, and I came home. I opened my eyes. They'd follow me through. A dozen others, wielding the same black ink across their bodies. They'd adapted too. They'd been made tall and strong and mad. They'd wandered other worlds, exposed to other horrors, and they'd been made grateful just like me. Brothers, sisters, a family carved from agony and blisters. I'd go from ecstasy to ceaseless horror. I'd felt like time had stopped, and that I was settling into a strange eternity, one where complete inaction was the only logical thing to pursue. Turning myself static, I could feel what that first fire had felt, warming our ancestors. I was on the wrong side of life, looking out at those struggling. I was beyond them, but something in me was still too human to accept it. But I was getting there, and it was so comfortable. A life without worries means a life without drive. But is that such a bad thing? Then a drop of water. I didn't feel the first one, but as the rain gathered, the flames died. I'd been in pain so long that being without it made me sick. All those little systems of my body that I'd forgotten were cast away, coming back to me. Eyes, ears, taste. Each and every one more terrible than the other. I cried and begged the heavens to send me back, but I was forgetting the right words, and the broken spots in my brain were coming back to me. The heavens couldn't hear me, and I couldn't make them listen. I lay there for hours, hoping I would dream myself back to that other world where I belonged, but I'd lost it. My car had been towed. People had looked for me, but they hadn't found me. All in all, I figured I'd been gone for a couple of days at most. Turns out, it was 16 days in total. A lot of people thought I'd been kidnapped or killed, and for the second time in less than a year, Sammy would see me come back from the dead. The treatment was deemed too dangerous. They didn't specify why. Maybe the discussion with the therapist got a little out of hand when I started to talk about ink-covered angels. Or maybe it was my desire to put myself back on fire. Either way, they had a kill switch to deactivate the entire thing, and they used it. Made me cough up something akin to a metal glob. They put it on a metal tray and moved it to a liquid nitrogen container with a stylized blue sunflower logo. It was strange, looking at the treatment like a separate physical thing. It had been part of me, and losing it felt like removing a vestigial organ. I knew I should have felt different once it was off, but I didn't. I still had the same thoughts, the same problems, but now that I thought about the fires, I didn't know whether to long for them or cower in fear. Maybe both. At least I don't have to worry about hurting anyone. I was still on paid leave. I moved in with Sammy for a while just to get a change in environment. I met some new people and grounded myself a bit. It's so easy to lose sight of the little things when your mind is in 10 different places. Sometimes you don't need much to make your day. A pat on the shoulder, a cool drink after a long day. The little things can do wonders. I eventually made my way back home. I returned to the office. I got a new place that didn't have a bathtub. I started talking to people without shying away, and I'd keep my eyes on the traffic lights when I came to a full stop. I'd cross the line where pain didn't scare me anymore. When you have known what I know, everything else seems dull in comparison, and if push comes to shove, I've lived through the worst of it. I wouldn't mind seeing it again someday. This was years ago, and my life looks very different today. I'm engaged and I live in a new town, new job, same company. I got a dog. But even now, as all things lull into a new normality, I think of those days. On the darkest nights, I can picture those ink-covered beings out there, watching over me from afar, waiting for me to remember and come home. I fear I might still have a part of me stuck in that place, that someday I'll just snap. And I don't know what's worse, To be paralyzed by fear, or to long for it. Much like my cousin, I don't believe in hell. I don't think we can suffer forever. And sometimes when it rains, I long to burn. I've never been a squeamish person. You need to have a strong stomach in a profession like mine. 10 years as a physician will force you to see all kinds of things to keep you up at night. Third-degree burn victims with skin like rusted metal. Harlequin babies that won't live past 12 hours. And grown men sobbing after pulling the plug on their mother that their health insurance wouldn't cover to keep breathing. I've seen it all. Sometimes I wish I hadn't. And yet it was something so simple that broke me. It was a case you see every day. At least, that's how it started. I still remember it all so clearly. A man was rushed into the emergency room after losing control of his car and landing it squarely in a ditch. He had 3 fractured vertebrae in his spine, as well as a rib going directly into his heart. It was a miracle he was still breathing. It was standard procedure. We carted him in and immediately began blood transfusion and monitoring his heartbeats. He kept murmuring as we hooked him up to our equipment, so faintly, but you could almost make out, "Please, stop." At the time, I assumed it was shock getting to his head. Retrospect has such a cruel way of working the things you see when it's already too late. We were just about to begin an emergency thoracotomy to revolve the rip when he flatlined. We immediately got the defibrillators and began trying to resuscitate him. Clear. Clear. It was no use. His heart hadn't beaten in 10 minutes. He was dead. Was dead. And then something odd happened. His heart began beating again. It didn't make any sense. We hadn't used the defibrillators in the past 5 minutes. I didn't bother speculating on what restarted it. I was just happy to not lose a patient. As I walked beside him to transfer him for surgery, I saw tears had streamed down the man's face. At the time, I thought it was an involuntary reaction or a subconscious relief of surviving. I know better now. I couldn't let a miracle like this slip through my fingers. We carted him to surgery for the emergency thoracotomy. Those 2 hours are seared into my mind. The first incision made it clear something was terribly wrong. The smell, my God, the smell. It was like roadkill mixed with raw sewage that had been left out in the sun. Even through my mask it hit me like a freight train, filling the room like a blossoming spore. One of the other surgeons began dry heaving, and it took every ounce of strength in my body not to vomit. That should have been it. I should have just walked right out then. I don't know why I pushed through. Maybe some misplaced sense of duty. Whatever it was, it forced me to continue with the operation. The blood that came out of him was thick, like rotten molasses. The more we opened him up, the more unexplainable horrors we saw. His ribs, which by all means should have been broken, appeared to be in the process of healing. Actually, healing isn't the right word. It was more like regrowing. Thin blood vessels and bone marrow, peeking out like botflies and skin, wiggling as if gasping for air. His lungs were filled with giant, calloid-covered wounds. It was as if someone had stabbed him over and over. Any hole this big should have killed him instantly, let alone 20 in each lung, and yet every single hole had been crushed shut with dried blood, as if they were nothing more than annoying scabs. Then veins around the scar tissue of each hole were black and green, clearly infected. The worst was his heart. Jesus, his heart. It was brown, rotten blood and mucus seeping through it like water through a towel. There were tendrils of tissue growing from the base of it around the broken rib, like the roots of a tree. It was as if the body had healed around it. Each tendril was throbbing, slowly burrowing into the bone, anchoring it in place. A silence fell over the room for what felt like hours, but it was probably only a minute or so. What? What am I looking at? The other surgeon's voice was shaking. I'd never heard him so scared before. Necrosis. This is not necrosis. I've seen necrosis. It doesn't turn your blood into syrup. The smell in the tissue as well as the discoloration indicates necrosed tissue and sepsis. We'll treat the sepsis and remove the dead tissue after we remove the obstruction. Necrosis from what? The rib has only been in there a few hours. There wasn't enough time for any of that tissue to die, let alone rot. And besides, look at his heart. He shouldn't even be breathing. We can speculate later, but right now our priorities are keeping this man alive. Scalpel. He handed me the scalpel, and I slowly began cutting the tendrils that had latched onto the bone. With every incision, a small hiss would emanate, screaming like a dying animal. It took hours, but we finally got the rib removed, along with some of the necrosed tissue. There was no way to get all of it out at once. There was no way to get it all out at all, actually. How were you supposed to remove 2 lungs and an entire heart and expect someone to live enough to perform a transplant? The best we could do was hook him up on some incredibly strong antibiotics and pray that worked until we came up with further treatment. That treatment never came. 2 nights after I sewed him shut, the man jumped out the window of his room. He was on the 11th floor, or in other words, roughly 110 feet above the ground. I wish I had stayed behind when we all ran to the parking lot that day. His body was writhing reddish-brown mess. Screams of what sounded like at least a dozen men emanated from the air, piercing the ears of everyone near it. His ribs stretched like millipede legs, scratching at the cement of the parking lot, trying desperately to get traction. His spine flailed like an unmanned watering hose. The worst part was the face. His head had been partially crushed from the impact, and his upper face was still mostly intact. His eye, ever so slightly pushed out of socket, looked at me, begging, pleading, praying to be put out of its misery. There was something else in there. Hate. Red-hot, boiling hatred for me. Me. My God, the way it looked at me. That bloodshot abyss poured into my soul, into my very being. I could practically hear it scolding me, screaming at me. You did this to me. You kept me alive. How dare you think you could do this to me? Look at me. Look at what you've done. I didn't even realize I was screaming till the police came. I don't really remember what happened after that. The sound and smell of it all is the only thing that sticks in my mind. Yelling, gunshots, crying, cursing, crunching, smoke, and then finally silence. I never saw the body get carted away. I couldn't bear to look at it again, any of it again. I resigned the next day and never looked back. I'm in therapy now, and from what I'm being told, I'm recovering quite well. The nightmares have stopped. I can sleep peacefully now. Almost. I see it all when I close my eyes. The blood, the bones, the torn skin, and that eye. That eye. No matter where I go, that eye will follow me, and I will always feel its gaze. Its hate. The cold metal ground hurt my back to lay on. God, I hate back pain. Wait, why was I sleeping on the ground? In fact, I don't actually know where I am or how I got here. Have I always been here? I have no memories before this exact moment, yet I felt my developed brain's instincts. I felt my consciousness. I felt my fear. I felt my loneliness, even though the sounds of functioning machinery suggested I was surrounded by people. Do they know how we got here? I stood up to see a small, unimpressive room filled with all kinds of equipment. None of the equipment appeared to have a point, yet several people worked mindlessly with no clear goal. The sound was unbearably loud and unendingly obnoxious. It's a wonder how I slept at all, with the deafening industrial racket. I took in my surroundings the best I could, but the lighting was dull and there were no windows. It was neither hot nor cold. There were no clocks or ways to track time at all. I found myself at the back of the factory. Dude. A woman with grime coating her pale skin head to toe was shifting levers back and forth while dripping sweat. Start working. He's watching. She kept her voice lowered, but she raised a bony finger towards the cameras in the corner of the room. An unconvincing and cartoonish camera swiveled back and forth. I simply looked at the dirty worker, and I continued looking around without acknowledging the warning. I felt her scowl intensify as I walked away from her, but I couldn't find myself to care. As I wandered through the narrow paths, each person looked at me with different expressions, all of which were in different levels of anguish and frustration. It also seemed to be confusing to everyone I passed to see me not working alongside them. Without breaking the monotony of useless work, they watched me walk past them towards what I deemed to be the front of the factory. As I approached the wall opposite of the one I woke up near, I noticed a roped-off section that divided the room. Beyond the rope, a small group of men sat on the only chairs I've seen in the entire building. They looked content and very relaxed. That was until they saw my confused face. Upon seeing me, expressions twisted into anger. A fat little man squinted his eyes and turned a deep crimson as he spit. What the hell are you doing? Don't you know you're supposed to be working? No, not really, I answered honestly. The worker closest to me shot her head up to see who dared to speak back to the clique behind the rope. This guy. Another ghostly white man groaned. He's lucky we're not ripping hearts out anymore. Ripping our hearts? As the question escaped my lips, they chuckled at my ignorance. Yeah, kid, get back to work, another man hissed. So you aren't ripping out hearts now? Why should I work? I asked. Oh my God, you're still here? The fat man wailed in rage. If you don't do as we say, the boss will send you to the basement. Gasps from behind me suggested this isn't the first time they've threatened people with the supposed horrors of the basement. It, however, did not impress me. Who's the boss and what happens in the basement? Simply asking the questions seemed to make everyone in the room uncomfortable in different ways. The man behind the rope only got angry. My lack of blind allegiance baffled my peers as much as it did the men. The boss created all of this. Just like what you see here, there is also an upstairs and a downstairs. A voice explained just out of sight. The man speaking was so far behind the rope, he was covered in shadows. Everyone shut up to listen to him, so I concluded he was likely the highest authority in the room. If you don't work, the boss will send you to the basement to have your legs broken. Oh wow, that's messed up, I responded. No, he's the most loving guy in the entire factory. He made everything you see around you. The shadowy man corrected me. But you guys were ripping out hearts for him, I asked. Well, yeah, but his son used to work here. He let us rip his heart out after a few years so that we never have to do it again, he said, completely serious. We used this knife, and that's why we all hang a tiny golden knife around all our necks, he said, pulling the symbol out of his shirt. Wait, so the boss required you to rip out hearts. Then you worked with his son, and he allowed you to rip his out, and now you don't do it. Why the hell do you have to rip out hearts to begin with? And you think he's a cool guy? He is love. A demonic growl shook in his throat. And have any of you met this boss? I asked. He works upstairs, and you can only meet him once you're promoted. So you work for someone who you've never met. Then how do you know the factory worker was his son when you ripped out his heart? He was really nice, and he told me how awesome his dad was, the fat man chimed in. But none of you have been promoted, so how do you even know if he's even up there to begin with? I kept grilling because nothing made sense to me. The entire factory chose to follow a man they've never seen, and this group of men are acting as an authority for nothing more than a hypothesis. I saw the stairs that led up to a closed door, and I saw a set of stairs leading down to a destination unknown. All I saw was it descending into a dark nothingness. The shadow man pointed to the stairs. All people denying his authority go to the basement. No one has ever gone down there to find out how serious the boss can be. Okay, fine. Let's see the basement. Even louder gasps had the entire factory in shock. The men behind the rope froze. Never before has a person challenged the authenticity of their claims to this extent, for not even they have challenged them. Amongst the shock, smirks slowly replaced their faces. A cocky, cheek-to-cheek grin adorned the shadowy man's face as he approached the rope, yet his eyes remained in darkness. Right this way. Down to the basement I descended out of sight as laughter harmonized with the sound of my feet on each step. There was a complete absence of light, and it was very cold. After what seemed like ages, I made it to the landing. Without light, I had to feel the walls to make my way down the corridor. It was just a few feet in when I reached a dead end. There was nothing. No people, no equipment. Nothing. My lungs were burning by the time I made it back up the stairs. As the factory came back in sight, no one seemed to notice I had re-entered until I was midway up the stairs leading to the boss's office. Wait, no one's allowed to see the boss. Shadows no longer hid his face. He was nothing but a petrified child. Then break my legs, I said, and I twisted the knob and pushed. The door swung open easily, revealing the serene and peaceful nature of the world outside. Such awe-inspiring beauty and freedom was laying behind the doors the entire time. A world away from a factory that produced nothing, led by people exploiting baseless beliefs. And it was so much more impressive than any boss. It was especially more majestic than a system where the guy who required hearts to be ripped out was threatening to break your legs if you didn't adopt his law. Even with the knowledge they had, and the obvious moral corruption of their boss, they still choose to waste their time working for him without investigating his validity. I stepped out of the pit of useless despair and looked down at the men who should know better, and the poor people they led to believe they should never question the boss. Hey, see? You're all wrong and wasting your time, I yelled down to them. Silently they watched me stand above them, and the useless factory continued to roar. My friend Carla had a knack for giving you exactly what you needed, even if you didn't know it yourself. For my 26th birthday, we went to a nightclub. It had been an especially sunny day, not a single cloud in the sky. Still, she gave me a yellow umbrella that looked like it came from an antique shop. I thought it was ugly and absurd, especially since she knew I hated bright colors. But as we stepped outside, an unexpected downpour started, even though the forecast had promised clear skies. At Christmas, she gave me a gift card for a store. The very next day, a website glitched, offered all merchandise at 90% off. With the $50 on her card, I bought thousands of dollars worth of clothes. And that was nothing compared to her gift at her nephew Lucas's christening. She gave the baby a black cat, fully aware that the mother, her sister, was allergic. It all made sense 2 days later when the cat caught a huge rat crawling in through the baby's room ventilation. Apparently the child had been having health issues related to infections, and thanks to the cat, they discovered the source and fixed it once and for all. Everyone in our group noticed those strange coincidences. We used to joke she was a witch. She'd just laugh and say it was luck, that her method was simple. She flipped a coin 3 times. She did it to decide which store to enter, what to buy, even what time to leave the house. If she got 3 heads, she went ahead. If not, she changed the plan. We always laughed at that, grateful for her gifts. But something changed this year. Yesterday was my birthday. The conversation was lively, the music loud. My cousin Valeria nailed it with her mimosas. My coworkers praised the snacks. My friend Juan told stories from his trip to the Amazon. Even though the party was a success, Carla looked uneasy. She sat in the corner of the couch with a glass full of wine, not speaking to anyone. That was unusual for her. She was normally outgoing and full of light. She kept glancing at the hallway, the window, the stairs, as if expecting something, or someone, to appear out of nowhere. I walked over and asked if everything was okay. She looked nervously at her gift, stacked with the others. She said she'd felt off all day, a tight anxiety in her chest. She couldn't explain it. Then she admitted it had something to do with her gift, that she was embarrassed about it. She leaned in, lips tight, and murmured, "Open it when everyone's gone, please." I was about to agree when my boyfriend shouted, "Open the presents! Open the presents!" The pressure from the group did the rest. Carla lowered her gaze. Her discomfort made me nervous. That afternoon, while we were setting up for the party, I'd felt something strange. Nothing specific, just a vague discomfort, like the air was heavier. At one point I could have sworn I saw a shadow move in the hallway as I passed the kitchen, but when I looked, nothing was there. I figured maybe it was the lights, or just my imagination. I shook my head and went back to prepping drinks and music. There was too much to focus on. I started opening presents. My friends had outdone themselves this year. One even gave me a ticket to see my favorite band. I saved Carla's box for last. It was rectangular and soft, with rounded edges, wrapped in yellow paper and a red ribbon. Attached was a note that read, "To Julian, may you have many more birthdays." Everyone waited eagerly, holding their breath, convinced it would be another example of her mysterious gift-giving. Slowly I tore open the yellow paper and opened the box. A carton of eggs. The silence was suffocating. 12 white eggs. No one knew what to say, until my boyfriend let out a nervous laugh. Soon everyone burst into laughter. I laughed with them and joked, "Looks like your gift-giving powers are running low." Carla held my gaze and smiled, but her eyes remained uneasy. "It's what you need," she said quietly. "The coin said so." That phrase unsettled me more than it should have. I drank too much that night. We went to bed without cleaning up. We didn't realize we'd left Carla's gift on the kitchen floor. A seemingly insignificant detail. Until now. I'm standing outside my house watching the police carry out a body. Solomon Garcia. The serial killer who had terrorized the city for a year. He would hide in his victim's home for 30 days before murdering them in their sleep. It was going to be our turn, but this time he didn't get the chance. He slipped in the kitchen. His head slammed into the countertop, dead on impact. Beside him, the crushed carton of eggs. I imagine him entering my kitchen, the crunch of eggs underfoot, and then a dull thud. Flesh against concrete, his limp body on the white tile floor, life slipping away. The thought makes me sick. The police keep asking if I'd noticed anything strange. Unusual noises, missing food, how long since I'd checked the guest room closet. That's where they found a calendar, 30 days marked off. My stomach churns as they question me. I can't stop thinking about Carla, about her nervous look, about the coin falling once, twice, 3 times into her palm. How did she know? Did she suspect something? Am I really still alive thanks only to chance? To something as arbitrary and fragile as luck? What if I hadn't opened her gift that night? What if she had felt too ashamed to give it to me, or even to come to the party? A cold breeze runs down my spine, but one thing's for sure. I'll always gladly accept any gift from Carla. Whatever it is. I always double-check the lock on our apartment door. Not because I'm paranoid. Well, maybe a little, but because it's a strange mechanism. You can't just turn a key and walk away. You have to twist the handle to the right, then lock it. If it's twisted left, it stays locked. If it's straight, the door opens. Simple in theory, but easy to mess up. I live with my younger sister, Al, in a 2-bedroom apartment. The hallway from my front door is long. Her room comes first, then mine. Neither of us can see the entry or living room from our beds. The building's relatively secure, but I've read enough late-night Reddit rabbit holes to know that safety is sometimes just an illusion. And if we're being honest, I'd be an easy target. I'm clumsy, always carrying something, too trusting. Not exactly trained for fight or flight, but we'll unpack my weaknesses another day. It was a normal night, around 9:30 p.m. I crawled into bed, got cozy, and asked Al to check the door. She mumbled something like, "Yup," from her room. Good enough for me. I fell asleep. At about 12:30 a.m. I woke up. The wind outside was howling. The blinds were smacking the window like they were trying to escape. I groaned, got up, shut the window, and slid back under the blanket. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Not from outside, from inside the apartment. They were near my door. Quiet, cautious. Then they moved off, toward the living room. My heart began to pound. I straightened to listen. Maybe it was Al. But then I heard it. Chewing. Not soft, regular chewing. This was wet, rapid, almost animal-like. The kind of sound a squirrel makes when it finds something tough to crack. Smack, smack, click, gnaw. Pauses in between, followed by sudden bursts of messy, frantic bites. I couldn't move, couldn't even swallow. Then came the familiar creak of the sofa. Something, or someone, had sat down. I listened harder, barely breathing. A faint tap, tap, tap followed, like someone swinging their legs, kicking playfully against the couch frame. Rhythmic, casual. like they were waiting for something. My skin crawled. If someone had broken in, they would have passed my sister's room first. Was she okay? I needed to get to her, but the thought of stepping into that hallway, with whatever that was just meters away, made my body lock up in panic. Then the chewing stopped and the footsteps came back. This time they were heading to my door. Each step was deliberate, heavy but slow. The kind of walk that says, I know exactly where you are. I had to think fast. There was a smart lamp in the living room I could control from my phone. Shaking, I reached over and opened the app. I turned the lamp on, bright white, then blue, then red. Flicker, flicker. Distraction. Please work. The footsteps paused. Then they turned around back to the living room. I didn't wait. I slipped out of my room and crept into Al's. Her door was closed, but I eased it open with shaking hands. She was there, sleeping soundly. I rushed to her side and shook her gently but urgently. Get up. We need to go. Quietly. She blinked, still groggy, but something in my face made her nod. Together we crawled to the hallway. I could still hear faint movement in the living room. Shuffling, shifting. We held our breath. Then, it noticed. The footsteps stopped, and then came the sprint. It charged. The footsteps thundered toward us with a speed that didn't feel human. We screamed. I yanked open the front door and we tore down the hallway toward the elevators. One was already waiting. We jumped in, slammed the ground button, and the doors began to close. And then, just as they were about to shut, I made the mistake of looking back. Standing in the hallway was someone who looked just like me, except half her face was wrapped in gauze, stained dark with fresh blood. Her head tilted, slightly too far, her arm lifted, elbow bent at the wrong angle, like a puppet trying to mimic something it didn't understand. And then, she smiled. Not wide, not dramatic, just enough to show she knew I was watching. The doors closed. We got outside and called the police. What followed was a blur. Questions, searches, officers walking through our apartment with flashlights. They found nothing. No forced entry, no signs of tampering, nothing out of place. They said maybe we were dreaming, maybe we imagined it. Maybe stress had gotten to us. But I know what I saw, and one thing has kept me up ever since. Even in the chaos of getting out, I remember looking at the lock. It was still turned to the left, which means the door had been locked the entire time. So how did she get in? And worse, what if she never left? I never thought I'd come online for advice, especially about something like this. I'm used to having all the answers, or at least I'm good at pretending I do. You see, I write an advice column for a small town paper. If anyone could sort this out, it should be me. That's what makes the situation feel even more hopeless. This is the part where I'm supposed to say I know how crazy it sounds. I don't. I know how it reads. I know how you're probably tilting your head right now. Skeptical, but curious. The way I do when I get letters for my column about cheating husbands or truant kids. Despite never fully knowing what I was doing, I always had the language to make others think I did. But I don't have language for this. I just have him. Let me back up. My son is 8. Was 8. I don't know anymore. We were at the park for a playgroup thing. Other moms, other kids. Same place we'd gone every month since he was 3. Wood chips, a few slides. A patch of woods we always said was too thin to get lost in. He was playing hide and seek. He was always good at that. Almost too good. Clever in a way that made you worry what he'd grow into. I remember someone joking, "He's either gonna be a world leader or a criminal mastermind." They started calling his name. "You won, come on out." But he didn't. They kept calling, and something inside me shifted, like a lost, ancient instinct we outgrew centuries ago, like a sixth sense I didn't know I had. I don't remember most of the day, not in order, just pieces. My phone slipping out of my shaking hands when I tried to call 911, my knees hitting the dirt, a ranger saying the words, "No sign of a struggle," like that was supposed to help. They found nothing, no footprints, no fibers, no blood, just nothing. The search lasted 2 weeks, 14 days of reporters, canine units, and whispers behind hands. 14 nights of dreaming about body bags and waking up to check his room. I kept the door open, like I expected him to just appear again, curled up in his sheets, annoyed I was making a fuss. And during that time I became a shell of a person, voice raw from screaming his name, feet numb from chasing shadows, and eyes dry with no tears left. If you never lost a child, I don't think it's a feeling you can put into words. The regret, the devastation, the anger, the emptiness, the fear, the agonizing, burning self-hatred. You can try to sympathize, you can try to understand, but you never will. 2 weeks later, I got a call at 3:12 a.m. They'd found him walking along a logging road 6 miles from the park. He was cold, disoriented, but alive. When I saw him at the station, I melted, just dropped. My body shut down with relief. I hugged him and he let me, but he didn't hug back. He was in shock. I knew that. The officer said as much. This would take some time. The first night back, he slept in my bed. I watched him breathe like it was the most fragile thing in the world, holding his little body in my arms. I remember whispering, "I'll never let you go, ever again." I meant it then. Now I'm not sure who I brought home. It's little things. That's how it always starts, right? Little things you tell yourself not to notice. He doesn't remember where he was. That's what they told me to expect. Trauma, amnesia, some protective thing the brain does. But it's not just that he forgot. It's that he doesn't seem to think there's anything to remember. He stares at me blankly when I ask. Not confused, not scared. Just blank. Like the questions in a language he never learned. He struggles with showering, getting dressed, anything that involves changing clothes. I had to compromise by letting him shower in his underwear, or else he won't even touch the water. He walks like he's copying someone, every step a second behind. He hums to himself now, but not songs I recognize. Just slow, disjointed notes out of tune. It's been weeks and these new habits still haven't went away. He calls me Mom, but it doesn't sound right. Like the shape of the word is right, but the soul of it is missing. Like hearing your name from a stranger pretending to know you. Last night I caught him standing in the hallway, not moving, just standing, staring at the wall like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. When I asked what he was doing, he said, "Making sure no one's here." I laughed. I don't know why. It wasn't funny. It just short-circuited my brain. I told his therapist. I was careful. I said I thought the trauma had changed him, that he seemed different. She said that was normal, that kids process fear in strange ways. I nodded and pretended to agree. Then I went home and locked my bedroom door for the first time in my life. He eats less now, sleeps less. I think he even blinks less. I've checked his body for marks, scars, anything. I don't even know what I'm looking for. Some proof that what I feel isn't just panic unraveling me from the inside out. But everything's where it should be. Same cowlick, same chipped front tooth, same tiny freckle behind his left ear. But I know that's not my son. It's not a dream. It's not paranoia. It's not some post-trauma spiral. It's something else, and I don't know what to do. If anyone's been through this, if anyone's ever felt this, please say something. Tell me I'm wrong, or tell me I'm not. The internet is filled with stories about people who clip out of reality and into somewhere else. Terms like backrooms, states, woods are common on Reddit, and I'm not here to argue semantics with you. I call them fairy pockets. But even that is just a term I made up, so use what you like. There are no word police, not that I have found yet. There are no set rules by which one enters a fairy pocket. Sometimes you just slip in by accident, though there's usually an easy way out, if you know what to look for. Something that will just not look right, and help you pull yourself back to reality. It's hard to explain. My job is that I find them, go into them, and figure out what, if anything, is valuable there, and then sell all information to governments or private businesses. You would be shocked at the amount of natural resources some of these places hold. I can assure you that the Iraq War was not about oil without a shadow of a doubt, but they're always dangerous, so it's a tough call on whether or not they're worth it, and thank God, not mine to make. Usually you can find some idiots willing to buy your dangerous claim for at least enough to break even, unless it's Rockport. Nobody even tries to claim that godforsaken place anymore. Today, I'm just going to tell you about a few places I found, and then, if there are any questions, I'll try and answer them. So without further ado, let's start with Pittsburgh's Infinite City. There is this one place in downtown Pittsburgh, about 2 blocks from the old U.S. Steel building, where if you follow a complicated set of turns and steps, which I can't disclose due to an NDA, you will find yourself in a near-endless, entirely abandoned cityscape of almost identical brick tenements. It, as far as I could tell, served no real practical use to the people I sold it to, but mine is not to reason why. They paid well, and I don't question money on general principle. That said, the thing that struck me as most strange about this place wasn't how empty it was or who built it, being a total mystery. I always have assumed something built these places. No, the strangest part of this was that every single turn, or any other piece of writing I could find in this city, was written in what I eventually identified as a 14th century dialect of Polish. That's a nice and simple one. Not really scary, though I confess, all those empty buildings did get eerie, but most of the things I find are like that. A little off-putting perhaps, but not anything special. And this memoir is dedicated more to my horrific experiences after all. They're the ones that make for good stories. Now, some places like that feel creepy, but are fine. Others, like what we'll talk about next, feel fine but are potentially dangerous. If you've ever taken a road trip through Kansas, you'll know how flat it is, but perhaps one or two of you, while driving, have thought you saw a mountain way off in the distance. You probably stopped and shook your head, maybe rubbed your eyes, and it was gone. Good, it doesn't exist, and it can't hurt you. Unless you drive exactly 4 miles over the speed limit for 20 minutes while staring at the mountain, then take a sharp left onto a dirt road between 2 cornfields, with a wooden sign on an archway over it. The sign may or may not say anything. That tends to change for some reason. The dirt farm road will soon turn into a paved highway, and you will be in Hanscom County. It's a nice place if you don't mind the smell of sulfur. It's a geothermal hotspot, and the entire place stinks of eggs. The locals are nice, hard-working folks who will give you the shirt off their back, and really are fine people. But take my advice and don't go to any of the churches in the county. They all have the same preacher who tells the same sermon every week, like a recording, and the people can get violent if you ever looked bored during it. Other than that, it's a great place to live, with property values that can't be beat, on account of the fact that I am fairly certain it's still 1973 there. A few hundred miles away, there's one place in the Midwest. Again, for legal reasons, I can't tell exactly how to find. What I can tell is that it's a small regional airport in a big-ish city. That's all I can say. The vending machines all sell products that aren't in business anymore, but I am not entirely sure if that's supernatural or just some strange gimmick on the part of the airport management. What is weird is that if you walk into one specific women's bathroom on a Tuesday, there will be an elevator at the far end of the room past the last sink. It takes you up through 99 floors, 98 of which are identical open-plan office space. You cannot see the skyscraper from outside the airport, and actually, some planes fly right through where it should be. Every floor is the same, laid out in long rows of desks with big box computers, and off-white landline phones with wood grain siding. Each station manned by workers dressed in business casual, talking on phones and generally doing what you'd expect from a call center. The only issue is that they are speaking exclusively in dead languages. Latin, Proto-Finnic, Occitan. I even heard some Akkadian when I was there. Honestly, it's the most well-managed office I've ever seen. Everyone works hard, and nothing ever goes majorly missing, which I suspect has something to do with the fact, as far as I could tell, there were no managers to screw things up. I went up to floor 99, but decided against floor 100. You see, 99 was a waiting room like you'd find at a doctor's office, and to access floor 100, you had to take the stairs. The sounds coming from up there cannot be described, and I do mean cannot. I have tried repeatedly, and it only leads to my having a seizure. Not wanting to repeat that, I will leave them to your imagination. A buddy of mine who is a priest suggested that I found purgatory, and perhaps he was right. I'm no theologian, so I'll leave that one to the church. There is an area in San Francisco where you can see what I think is Atlantis, where Alcatraz should be, but I haven't figured out how to get there yet. And there is a way to get to the moon from Houston without NASA being involved. But by far the weirdest fairy pocket I ever found was Mount Prince Nelson National Park in West Virginia. It's a beautiful place, by the way. Wonderful hiking, and some absolutely stunning views of the mountains. But I don't recommend you take your kids. It's by far the most dangerous place I have ever been, and I lived in Chicago for 3 months. Long story, I was trying to figure out where all the damned clowns kept coming from, but I digress. Mount Prince Nelson is about 700 square miles, located within an area of West Virginia no larger than a Walmart parking lot, which coincidentally is how you get there. Follow the steps correctly, and where the main doors are, a stone arch will appear with an NPS ranger who charges you 42 cents as an entry fee, and hands you a waiver to sign in the reasonably likely event that you die in the park. There are miles and miles of roads, both paved and unpaved, and a core area around a lake that contains the majority of the tourist stuff. It's more or less safe on account of the National Park Service maintaining a round-the-clock watch on the perimeter. That would make the Marines look sloppy, and the flight of F-14 Eagle fighter jets flying 24/7. Hot laps around the area is a great comfort, but we weren't paid to be comfortable, and our bosses wanted us deeper in the park and off-trail. once you get outside of the patrolled area, like we were, things take a turn. Everything, and I do mean everything, wants to kill you. There are beetles, the size of cars, for starters. The cool parts, however, is the dinosaurs that roam free in the park. Side note, that whole "they can't see you if you don't move" thing is bull. Ask me how I know. It's a rainforest, so the backwoods camping isn't easy, because hacking your way off trail is a nightmare even without the venomous trees and psychic frogs. But I have to say, it really is beautiful. Puts Yellowstone to shame on a bad day, and that's saying it mildly. When I first went to Mount Prince Nelson, I was part of a team of specialists called in by the National Park Service to figure out why they kept getting paperwork from their employees there despite no knowledge of it existing. We spent about 6 months figuring out how to get in, and that's when things started to go badly wrong. Our team lead, an older guy named Donald, was the first to die. He had taken watch around our camp on the first night after we left the safe zone, and some kind of big ape-looking thing came out of the woods and attacked. Beat poor Danny half to death before we were able to kill it, and he was dead by the time we got him back to a ranger station for a medevac. We had a job to do, and the pay was good, so we pushed on, deeper into the woods, where the 9 surviving men of our team got knocked down to 5 on the 3rd day by some kind of screaming fog. Though all things considered, it wasn't so bad, as it also killed the T-Rex that was chasing us. Jacoby, one of the newbies, went nuts that night and started talking about how he had communed with a goddess at the center of the mountain in his sleep, and that he needed to go out and join her amidst the rocks lest all reality be consumed. I had to put him down with my .45 before the crazy spread to the rest of the team, which might be my least favorite part of this job. The remaining 4 of us found an old cabin nearby and decided to hold up for the night. By the next morning, we were down to 3. I hadn't gotten to Jacoby in time, I guess. We reached the decision that we were going to try and make our way back to the safe zone after a short debate. I always try to be democratic where possible, so we started back. When we had been walking for around 7 hours, Rodriguez, who was on point, signaled a halt. He said he thought he had heard a twig break about 100 yards to our right. He was right, to worse luck. If he hadn't stopped, maybe he wouldn't have been able to line up his shot. The arrow took Rodriguez in the chest, sending him to the ground. Me and O'Leary opened up with our weapons in the direction of the archer, but I don't think we hit him. Rodriguez would have survived had the arrow not been poisoned, but he was already turning green and bleeding from his eyes by the time I got the bandage over the wound. I gave him last rites by sticking a stake through his heart and zip-tying a cross to his right hand so he wouldn't come back as anything unnatural. Then the 2 of us left and set off again in the direction of home. O'Leary and I made it a long way that day without stopping, and ended up coming close enough to the safe zone that we were fairly confident in making it there the next day. I took first watch and chewed coffee grounds to stay awake, as I had no doubts that we were still being hunted. The attack came sometime around 0:30, when I got a feeling on the back of my neck that I was being watched. I have learned to listen to these feelings, and it's why I'm still alive. Diving for the ground, the arrow just narrowly missed me, slamming into a tree a few yards behind. O'Leary was awake now and scrambling for his rifle, while I fired blindly into the trees from cover. We were unlikely to make it back without getting rid of this hunter, so I signaled for him to cover me as I crawled away from our camp. It took about 10 minutes or so before I found his tracks. 2 muddy boot prints and a Snickers wrapper gave away where he had been standing, and a trail of greenish-blue blood leading away from the spot told me one of us had hit him. O'Leary and I stalked him for about half a mile before we found him collapsed by a creek bed, panting heavily, a handsome young man dressed in bright orange hunting gear. The only sign he wasn't human was the metallic red hair and his almost neon green eyes. He cussed me out in what must have been an early ancestor of Welsh, before O'Leary blew his brains all over the forest floor. I wasn't sure that would stop him for long, so just to be safe, I hog-tied him before we left. O'Leary quit this job after we made it back to civilization. I can't blame him. The last I heard, he had become a Buddhist monk and lived up some mountain in Colorado. I just hoped it wasn't anywhere near Rockport. That is one pocket that even I won't go to. But the pay from the National Park Service was more than enough for me to retire on, had I wanted to. So there are certainly perks to this job. Why do I still do it? I would love to get philosophical, but frankly, I just like it. It tickles the part of the human spirit that first pushed man to sail across oceans or fly to the moon. And like those great explorers of the past, I'm not sure I could stop even if I wanted to. It has its hooks in me, and won't let go. I have other stories, of course, might even post them later, but these were a few that stood out to me. I will try to answer any questions, but given the number of NDAs and ancient blood oaths I've had to sign over the years, I make no promises about how much I can deliver. That said, if this job sounds fun to you, or the money sounds like a great way to get rich quick, I really do not recommend you take it up. People like that don't tend to last long, and for the love of all that is holy, if you are in Colorado and see a sign for a town called Rockport, turn around. Has anyone stayed at 237 Stillwater Road? I clean Airbnbs for a living. I've been doing it for about 2 years now, and have recently started my own cleaning company. I used to work for a larger management company, but had some difficulties with my boss and the way the business was run. So I quit and started managing a couple on my own. It doesn't pay too much, but I get to work on my own time and I'm my own boss. A large majority of the Airbnbs I clean are mom and pop operations, and since they don't have the time to do it themselves, they pay me to tidy up between guests. Most of the properties are left relatively clean, but every once in a while we get crappy clients that will trash the place for a party, or God knows what else. The worst I've had to do is scrub dried puke or throw away the occasional used condom, but it's worth it to be my own boss. I do most of my business through Craigslist, advertising my cleaning services to anyone in the area who may need help with their place. About a month ago, someone replied to my listing with nothing but the address of their property, the amount I could expect to be paid, and the first date it required cleaning. 237 Stillwater Road, $125, June 24th, 12 p.m. Although this may seem strange to someone new or unfamiliar with the business, it's fairly common for messages from the host to be this simple. It was part of the reason I enjoyed the job. I've never been a people person, so I enjoyed the simplicity of the limited interaction I had with people. I responded saying I could take the job, and didn't give it a second thought. The rental looked run down from the outside, in desperate need of a paint job to replace the peeling white paint on the exterior. The rotting and curled shingles only exacerbated the weary look of the house. Nestled on the top of a steep hill, it overlooked the vast and deep Stillwater Lake, which coincidentally harbored a few of the other houses I maintained. It was one story with an unfinished basement, indicated by the concrete foundation and the windows peeking just over the grass. However, the inside was a different story. The moment I stepped in, something felt off. Not wrong exactly, just too clean. Walking through the house, I found 2 fully furnished bedrooms, a kitchen, An attached garage converted into a game room, and a couple of doors I assumed led to closets. It was as if it had not been touched in weeks. I absently noted this as strange, as the listing said that the previous occupant had left no less than 2 hours ago. Walking through the house, not a single pillow or sheet in the bedrooms looked to be disturbed. No dishes sat in the sink waiting to be scrubbed. No crumbs or dirt dotted the carpet or stained wood floor. It's not uncommon for occupants to clean up the rental in order to avoid a large cleaning fee, but I'd never seen a rental this sterile. However, I pride myself on being thorough, and decided to replace the sheets as well as vacuum the floors just to be safe. Upon getting to the kitchen, I noticed a door in the corner I did not previously register. Stuck to the door was another detail I must have passed over on the initial walkthrough. A pinned note displayed a simple request written in neat handwriting. Replace salt in water softener. Through the door was a dark stairway leading into the basement. A lot of these old rentals had me do this as part of the routine. It was a menial task, but was inconvenient enough for me to often forget about, as they were usually out of the way, in basements or garages or other places that I rarely had any reason to go. Forgetting was generally not a big deal though, as these salt-dependent water softeners can often go weeks without being replenished. Since it was the first time I had cleaned this rental, and the owner had explicitly asked for it, I decided to not take the chance that it could wait. About halfway down the stairs, I realized that the light from the open kitchen door was failing. I turned around to realize that the door was shutting, and raced to the top of the steps. My initial panic was met with the realization that the door was simply on old hinges, and naturally closes on its own. A cold shiver ran up my spine as I understood that both the descent and ascent would have to be made in complete darkness. I'd never been afraid of the dark, basements, or anything like that, but there was something unsettling about being alone in an unfamiliar house, one that had hosted countless strangers, owned by someone I'd only exchanged a few brief messages with. It left me more uneasy than I could ever remember feeling. Still, I told myself this was something I had to do. Making it down to the hanging chain attached to the bulb was no big deal. A swift walk down the stairs and I could easily make out the chain before the door fully closed. I'd bet that even a relaxed walk could allow me to pull it in time, but that was not something I had the nerve to test. The basement of the rental was the stereotypical Midwestern unfinished basement. Concrete floors and exposed wooden beams. It reminded me of my childhood home. I was greeted by the pungent mildew smell, the damp and suffocating odor, considerably stronger than the average basement. The singular light bulb swayed on its chain, casting strange, long shadows around the room. A negligible amount of light was filtered through the grimy windows, haphazardly covered with cardboard, illuminating dust motes with their weak beams. There was old junk lining the walls of most of the basement on shelves or in boxes, undoubtedly the source of the musty smell. The water softener was tucked into one of the four corners, nestled between the washer and dryer. The salt in the water softener was completely empty. Typically it takes about a month or a 4-person family to go through the salt if it is fully filled. Either the salt hadn't been replaced in about a month, if it was full to begin with, or this rental somehow uses an almost impossible amount of water. Puzzled, but eager to get out of the basement, I poured one of the salt bags stacked against the side of the water softener and into the maw of the machine. As I turned to leave, I noticed a peculiarity under the stairs. A circular dark spot resembling water damage was situated between the wooden supports holding up the flight. As I approached it curiously, I realized it was not simply a black spot, but a damp and yawning opening, stretching in indiscernible distance into the foundation of the house. The jagged rim bore evidence of man-made tools, likely a primitive and homemade well due to the antiquity of the house. Whatever cavernous depths the well reached into was hidden from the light of the singular bulb. I grabbed a loose pebble from the crude concrete floor and dropped it into the mouth. I waited for the response, and received none. I contemplated leaving the basement light on and calling it a day, but it was my first time cleaning this rental, and I was determined to leave no trace of the presence. Additionally, there was the possibility that the occupants would not find the lights and turn it off, and the thought of having to replace the burnt-out bulb in the complete darkness made my skin crawl. I took a deep breath and tugged the chain down, plunging myself into complete darkness. As I did so, the sound of the pebble echoed back, winding tortuously and intoxicatingly from the back throat of the well. I still have the scar from running up the stairs. I told myself I wouldn't sprint, but as soon as I yanked the cord of the bulb, a fear I haven't felt since childhood swept over me. My mind conjured forms in the darkness behind me, fangs and nails scraping the air furiously inches away from my calves as I launched myself up the stairs, their shape changing from every step. I yelped as my foot caught on one of the steps and as my knee connected with the stairs, radiating a sharp pain out from my kneecap. I scrambled to get myself up, wincing at the sharp pain, and clambered up the remaining steps. I half expected the door to be locked when I made it to the small landing at the crest of the stairs, and let out a relieved sigh as I collapsed through the doors into the kitchen. The shapes in my mind evaporated at the presence of the dying summer light pouring in through the kitchen windows. I let my face blush with the shame of the last 10 seconds, but another part of me insisted that my fear was justified. Attempting to shake this feeling off, I did my final walkthrough of the house. By now the adrenaline had worn off, and my leg throbbed with the memory of my tumble. After I was sure everything was up to my standards, I bolted the front door, limped out to my car, and drove off. I have been cleaning this rental for just over a month now. Every time is the same. The house is immaculate when I arrive. There is a new note on the door to the basement, written in the same handwriting, but written on a different sticky note or with slight variations in the print. The water softener is always empty, and I always dump salt to the fill line. For each bag of salt I go through, a new bag replaces the one I have used up the next time I show up. I have now ceased cleaning the rest of the rental. I exclusively replace the salt and ponder over the well. The well has become a source of morbid fascination for me. Sometimes I stare into the fissure for what seems like hours, only to return from the trance and realize barely a minute has passed. I continue to drop pebbles, waiting in almost erotic anticipation for the distant echo. A single thing varies, though. I am more terrified of the basement each time I go. The shapes are closer. Sometimes I think I feel them brush my shirt or pant leg when I run up the stairs in the dark. Maybe I do. I've started to bring a flashlight on my daily trip into the basement, but this does little to reduce the thoughts in the back of my mind. I bring it regardless, as it's better than nothing. This notion of something else being in the room with me has started to follow me throughout the house. At first I felt it only when I was in the basement. Then I felt it in the kitchen. Now I feel it when I enter the house. I have cleaned it every day since the first day. Every night the owner will contact me with the address of the rental, the amount I can expect to be paid, tomorrow's date, and the time they expect me to clean it. I have never seen anyone staying there, nor any evidence of inhabitants within the house. But the house is always clean. I have never dusted, but no dust accumulates on the untouched furniture or shelves. No indentations on the couch where someone might have recently sat. The dishes are always in the same spot, none left out in the sink for me to clean. I have never even seen a car sitting in the driveway, or a light on while simply passing by. There is something off about the reviews of this rental online. It is almost as if they are AI generated. They follow a very formulaic structure, with many of them sharing many phrases like, feels like home, or we look forward to staying again. All of them are 5 stars, and not a single one says anything critical about the property. The incessant mystery has festered in me like a wound, bringing me to yesterday's events. I stood under the light bulb, its dangling chain in my right hand, my flashlight heavy in my left. I inhaled deeply, pulled my right hand down, and plunged the room into utter darkness. My clammy hands fumbled to find the button, illuminating the well upon its location. I cautiously approached the pit, angling my flashlight down its gullet. Though apparently graded for military use, the beam from the flashlight was swallowed eagerly by the pit's ebony gloom. I waited. In the lack of visual or auditory input, the brain tends to make its own stimulus, so when I saw a faint reflection at the edge of the flashlight's reach, I thought it was simply this phenomena in action. The reflection continued to expand, shimmering as it grew in intensity, so much so that I was almost convinced that the flashlight's reach had somehow been extended to whatever depths the water table lay at. The reflections grew in their intensity, and with a terrifying beauty I can't begin to describe, I realized that the light cast back wasn't of that of water, it was that of innumerable eyes. My blood ran cold, and I watched in detached horror as my flashlight tumbled into the inky darkness. Consciousness returned, after how long I am still not sure. I ran panicked through the darkness towards where I assumed the staircase was. I fumbled around and located the cool banister, using it to propel myself up the stairs. On the 5th step, the decaying wood gave way, robbing me of my momentum. I caught myself with the assistance of the railing, but upon attempting to pull myself up, the 2 ends of the broken board snared my right leg, tearing at the skin on my ankle. I tried to pull myself out of the stairs, which only served to push the splintered step further into my leg. Gritting my teeth and rotating my body, I felt for the cracked wood. My finger brushed a jagged edge, pain shooting up my arm as a splinter slid under my fingernail. A carrion, rotting smell suffocated me. I gagged. With my left leg and my remaining strength, I kicked a side of the board with panicked fervor. The first kick only served to drive the splintered wood further into my tender flesh. I was certain that this is how it would end. The second did the same, but I could feel the rotted wood giving way. Adrenaline surged, dulling the pain into something distant and unreal. On the third, the board snapped. I was free. I clumsily pulled myself along on my stomach. Reaching the crest, I fumbled for the doorknob and threw the door open. If God is merciful, then it will someday relieve me of the horrid sight that dying light illuminated. Scores of them line the staircase, their limp-like bodies twisting and convulsing in an attempt to escape the soft glow of the sun. Their skin spread thin and pale over their bony bodies, revealing twisted and purple varicose veins over their ape-like bodies. The horde clawed over each other, tearing flesh from their leprous bodies, and spilling their ichor in a deafening silence. They oozed and slithered down the stairwell, indeterminable in their numbers, but an amalgamation of claws, fangs, and atrophied wings. In places, skin bubbled and burst, emitting a foul and indescribable stench. As the last of the monstrosities vanished into their antediluvian crypt, they left behind only the shattered stair, and the trail of blood marking my escape. Although I struggle to recall what followed, they say a good Samaritan found me, babbling, incoherent. I was taken to a nearby hospital, where I've remained ever since. Despite my insistence, the doctors claim there's no rental listing for 237 Stillwater Road, just a long abandoned house. But I know the truth. I know what I saw. Periodically I still hear it, the sweet, distant echo rising from the well, calling me back. I know I will return, and when I do, I will know just how deep the well goes. I moved into this house a week ago. Nothing special, just a one-bedroom with scuffed floors, peeling paint, and a draft that whispered through the cracks when the wind picked up. Rent was cheap and I didn't ask questions. I couldn't afford to. The first few days were fine, dusty, quiet, maybe too quiet. I slept like crap, but that wasn't new. I figured it was just the usual insomnia, or the leftover anxiety still chewing at my gut after months of couch hopping. But then something shifted. At first it was just a feeling, that subtle itch between your shoulder blades, like someone's watching you, but you're alone. I'd walk into the kitchen and feel eyes on my back, turn off the bathroom light and feel like I had to run to the bedroom. Silly stuff. Childhood fears. I told myself I was adjusting. But a few nights ago, something happened I can't explain. I was lying on the couch late at night, TV on mute. The only light in the room came from the screen and the bulb behind me in the hallway. I'd left it on without thinking. Something about the dark in this place felt too heavy. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw something peeking around the edge of the hallway door. Two eyes, low to the ground, pale, wide, unblinking. They vanished the second I turned to look. Just gone. Like they'd never been there at all. I told myself it was a trick of the light. Maybe a reflection. Maybe I was just tired. But I couldn't shake the image. Those eyes, there was something off about them. Not wrong in an obvious way, just enough to make my stomach knot. They didn't blink, didn't shift, just stared like they were trying to memorize me. 3 nights ago, I tried to take a shower. I'd just stepped under the water, curtain only half drawn, because even then, something about closing it all the way made me uneasy. I wasn't thinking about that though. I was rinsing shampoo from my hair, eyes stinging. When I opened them, I saw a part of a face peeking through the edge of the curtain. Just a sliver, pale skin, a sharp cheekbone, half an eye, too wide and too still. It was just standing there watching me. No sound, no movement, just there. I froze, heartbeat in my throat. I didn't scream. I couldn't. I just stared. And then slowly it slid back out of view. Gone. Like it had just wanted me to know it could get that close. I haven't been in that bathroom since. I taped the door shut the next morning and started using the kitchen sink for everything else. I sleep with the hallway light on now. Not because it helps, but because dark corners make it worse. That same night, I set up my phone in the hallway facing the corner. The one just outside the bathroom. The one where I kept feeling it. I turned on the motion detection, opened the live feed on my laptop, and stayed up watching. Hours passed. Nothing. Then around 3:17 a.m., the feed cut to black for 7 full seconds. When it came back, the camera was tilted slightly to the left. I didn't touch it. I started moving differently through the house, walking sideways so I could keep corners in view. Mirrors went up in every room, on tables, door frames, even taped to the ceiling above my bed so I could keep an eye on the hallway without leaving my room. It helped a little, but I had to sleep sometime, and that's when it got closer. I blinked. That's all it took. One blink. My eyes were burning from hours of staring at the hallway. I just needed a moment. I let them close and heard the couch scrape softly across the floor behind me. When I turned, it had shifted. Not much, just an inch. But it was no longer flush with the bedroom door. Something had nudged it from the other side. That's when I realized it doesn't move if I'm watching. That's the rule. It waits just out of sight. It only moves when you're not looking. The next morning, the bathroom door was open. The duct tape I'd used to seal it had been peeled off slowly, deliberately, like someone didn't want to make a sound. I didn't go near it. I didn't touch the tape. I just backed away and left it alone. Later that day, I called the landlord. I tried to stay calm, asked if anything weird had happened in the house, if other tenants ever complained. He got quiet, then he said, "You're not the first one to ask about that." When I pushed for more, he said, "If you're smart, you'll find somewhere else." Then he hung up. He won't answer my calls now. Things aren't staying in the same place anymore. Not just furniture, walls. I know how that sounds, but I swear it's true. The hallway feels shorter now. I keep bumping into things I never used to. Shadows fall differently. Corners are tighter. I measured everything. The numbers say nothing's changed. But when I walk through the house now, it feels like it's watching me back. Or worse, like it's folding in around me. I've stopped looking at mirrors. A few nights ago, I glanced at one on the dresser and saw myself smiling. I wasn't smiling. Sometimes I'll see something slipping out of frame when I turn my head. Always left, always behind. I don't turn my head anymore. I just keep walking, keep watching. Because if I don't, it'll move. And if it moves, I think it can finally reach me. About an hour ago, I found the front door wide open. Not unlocked, not damaged, just open. And nothing in the house had moved. Nothing knocked over. Nothing taken. It felt like an invitation, like it was giving me a chance. I didn't take it. Because here's the thing, I think that's the choice. Leave and it follows. Run and it stays close. But stay? Stay and it finally comes in. I'm writing this from bed. The camcorder screen is black. Not paused, not frozen, just off. I didn't turn it off. The hallway is quiet now. The light's still on, but it feels like it doesn't matter anymore. I haven't turned my head in over an hour. I can feel something breathing just behind me. I think it's already in the room. I know the rule now. It only moves when I'm not watching. So I'm going to sit here, eyes open, wide, burning, and if I blink... Final edit. If you're reading this, don't look away. Not even for a second, because it might be in your house now too. Hey everyone, and welcome to another video. Tonight I have a really special one for all of you. A few nights ago I was talking with one of my IRL friends, and we were just talking about old creepypastas. She brought up this story by the name of Pen Pal. It was a lot of fun talking with somebody about this story. This story is very notorious for very good reason. It's very messed up. I wanted to revisit it because it wasn't as fresh in memory as I would like it to be, and I also do recall that my old narration of this, something went wrong with the audio and I just didn't want to re-record it, so I posted it as is, and the audio in that video is just, it's not up to a quality that I would like it to be. So I thought, if I'm going to be giving myself a refresher on this story, instead of just reading it like in my head before I go to bed or whatever, why don't I flick on the microphone and revisit it with all of you, since that's what we do here. If you have not heard this story before, this is, again, I cannot state enough, a very, notorious story for very good reason. I hope you enjoy it. Anyways, if you do enjoy, please be sure to drop a like rating. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. If you would like for me to revisit more of these old creepypastas, or even narrate some that I haven't narrated before, feel free to leave some names of different stories down in the comments section, and maybe we will. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. Part 1. Footsteps. This is long, so I apologize for that. I've never had to tell this story with enough detail to actually explain it all the way, but it is true and it happened when I was about 6 years old. In a quiet room, if you press your ear against a pillow, you can hear your heartbeat. As a kid, the muffled, rhythmic beats sounded like soft footsteps on a carpeted floor. So as a kid, almost every night, just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I could hear these footsteps and I would be ripped back to consciousness. Terrified. For my entire childhood, I lived with my mother in a fairly nice neighborhood that was in a transitional phase. People of lower economic means were gradually moving in, and my mother and I were two of these people. We lived in the kind of house you see being transported in two places on the interstate, but my mom took good care of it. There were a lot of woods surrounding the neighborhood that I would play in and explore during the day, but at night, as things often do to a kid, they took on a more sinister feeling. This, coupled with the fact that, due to the nature of our house, there was a fairly large crawl space underneath, filled my mind with imaginary monsters and inescapable scenarios which would consume my thoughts when I was awoken by the footsteps. I told my mom about the footsteps, and she said that I was just imagining things. I persisted enough that she blasted my ears with water from a turkey baster once to placate me, since I thought that would help. Of course it didn't. Despite all the creepiness and footsteps, the only weird thing that ever happened was that, every now and then, I would wake up on the bottom bunk despite having gone to sleep on the top. But this wasn't really weird since I'd sometimes get up to piss or get something to drink, and could remember just going back to sleep on the bottom bunk. I'm an only child, so it didn't matter. This would happen once or twice a week. But waking up on the bottom bunk wasn't too terrifying. But one night, I didn't wake up on the bottom bunk. I had heard the footsteps, but was too far gone to be woken up by them. And when I was awoken, it wasn't from the sound of footsteps or a nightmare, but because I was cold, really cold. When I opened my eyes, I saw stars. I was in the woods. I sat up immediately and tried to figure out what was going on. I thought I was dreaming, but that didn't seem right, though neither did me being in the woods. There was a deflated pool float right in front of me, one of those ones shaped like a shark. This only added to the surreal feeling, but after a while it seemed like I wasn't going to wake up because I wasn't asleep. I stood up to orient myself, but I didn't recognize these woods. I played in the woods by my house all the time, so I knew them really well. But if these weren't the same woods, then how could I get out? I took a step and felt a shooting pain in my foot, which knocked me back to where I had just been laying. I had stepped on a thorn. By the light of the moon, I could see that they were everywhere. I looked at my other foot, but it was fine. And as a matter of fact, so was the rest of me. I didn't have another scratch on me, and I wasn't even that dirty. I cried for a little bit and then stood back up. I didn't know which way to go, so I just picked a direction. I resisted the urge to call out since I wasn't sure I wanted to be founded by who or what might be out there. I walked for what seemed like hours. I tried to walk in a straight line and tried to course correct when I had to take detours. But I was a kid and I was afraid. There weren't any howls or screams, and only once did I hear any noise that scared me. It sounded like a crying baby. I think now that it was just a cat, but I panicked. I ran veering in different directions to avoid big thicks of bushes and collapsed trees, and I was paying close attention to where I stepped because by that point my feet were in pretty bad shape. I paid too much attention to where I was stepping, and not enough to where those steps were leading because not long after hearing the cry, I saw something that filled me with a kind of despair I haven't experienced since. It was the pool float. I was only 10 feet from where I had woken up. This wasn't magic or some supernatural space bending. I was lost. Up until that moment, I thought more about getting out of the woods than how I got in. But being back at the beginning caused my mind to swim. I wasn't even sure that these were my woods. I had only been hoping that they were. Had I run in a huge circle around that spot? Or did I just get turned around and start making my way back? How was I going to get out? At the time, I thought the North Star was just the brightest star, and so I looked and found the brightest one and followed it. Eventually things started to look more familiar, and when I saw the ditch, a dirt ditch my friends and I would have dirt-clawed wars in, I knew I had made it out. By that point I was walking really slowly because my feet hurt so much, but I was so happy to be so close to home that I broke into a light jog. When I actually saw the roof of my house over a neighboring, lower-set house, I let out a light sob and ran faster. I just wanted to be home. I had already decided that I wouldn't say anything because I had no idea what I could possibly say. I would get back in the house somehow, clean up and get in bed. My heart sunk as I rounded the corner and my house came fully into view. Every light in the house was on. I knew my mom was up, and I knew I would have to explain, or try to explain where I had been, and I couldn't even figure out where to start. My run became a jog, which became a walk. I saw her silhouette through the blinds, and although I was worried about how to explain things to her, that didn't matter to me at that point. I walked up the couple of steps to the porch and put my hand on the doorknob and turned. Right before I pushed it open, 2 arms wrapped around me and pulled me back. I screamed as loud as I could. "Mom, help me! Please, Mom!" The feeling of being so close to being safe, and then being physically pulled away from it, filled me with a kind of dread that is, even after all of these years, indescribable. The door I had been torn away from opened, and a flash of hope shot through my heart, but it wasn't my mom. It was a man, and he was enormous. I thrashed around and kicked at the shins of the person holding me while also trying to get away from the person who had just come out of my house. I was scared, but I was furious. Let me go. Where is she? Where's my mom? What did you do to her? As my throat stung from screaming and I was drawing in another breath, I became aware of a sound that had been present for longer than I had perceived it. "Honey, please calm down. I've got you." It sounded like my mom. The arms loosened and set me down, and as a man approaching me blocked out the porch light with his head, I noticed his clothes. He was a cop. I turned to face the voice behind me and saw that it really was my mom. Everything was okay. I began to cry, and the 3 of us went inside. "I'm so glad you're home, sweetie. I was worried I'd never see you again." By that point, she was crying too. "I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I just wanted to come home. I'm sorry." "It's okay. Just don't do that ever again." "I'm not sure me or my shins could take it." A little laughter broke through my sobs and I smiled a bit. "Well, I'm sorry for kicking you, but why'd you have to grab me like that?" "I was just afraid that you'd run away again." I was confused. "What do you mean?" "We found your note on your pillow," she said, and pointed at the piece of paper that the police officer was sliding across the table. I picked up the note and read it. It was a running away letter. It said that I was unhappy and never wanted to see her or any of my friends again. The police officer exchanged a few words with my mom on the porch while I stared at the letter. I didn't remember writing a letter. I didn't remember anything about any of this. But even if I sometimes went to the bathroom at night and didn't remember, or even if I could have gone into the woods on my own, even if all that could have been true, the only thing I knew at that point was, this isn't how you spell my name. I didn't write this letter. Part 2. Balloons. A couple days ago I posted a story called Footsteps here on NoSleep. There were a number of questions that made me curious about certain details about my childhood, and so I spoke with my mother. Exacerbated by my questions, she said, "Why don't you just tell them about the goddamn balloons if they're so interested?" As soon as she said that, I remembered so much about my childhood that I had forgotten. This story will provide some greater context for the previous story, which I think you should read first. Though the order isn't of vital importance, reading that story first will put you in my place more effectively since I remembered the events of Footsteps first. If you have questions or anything, feel free to ask and I'll try to answer them. Also, both stories are long, so heads up on that. I'm just hesitant to leave out any details that might be important. When I was 5 years old, I went to an elementary school that, from what I've come to understand, was really adamant about the importance of learning through activity. It was part of a new program designed to allow children to rise at their own pace. And to facilitate this, the school encouraged teachers to come up with really inventive lesson plans. Each teacher was given the latitude to create his or her own themes which would run for the duration of the grade, and all the lessons in math, reading, etc. would be designed in the spirit of the theme. These themes were called groups. There was a space group, a sea group, an earth group, and the group I was in, community. In kindergarten in this country, you don't learn much except how to tie your shoes and how to share, so most of it isn't very memorable. I only remember two things very clearly. I was the best at writing my name the right way, and the balloon project, which was really the hallmark of the community group, since it was a pretty clever way to show how a community functioned at a really basic level. You've probably heard of this activity. On one Friday, I remember it being Friday because I was excited about the project and it being the end of the week, toward the beginning of the year, we walked into the classroom in the morning and saw that there was a fully inflated balloon tied off with string taped to each of our desks. Sitting on each of our desks was a marker, a pen, a piece of paper, and an envelope. The project was to write a note on the paper, put it in the envelope, and attach it to the balloon, which we could draw a picture on if we wanted. Most of the kids started fighting over the balloons because they wanted different colors. But I started on my note, which I had thought a lot about. All the notes had to follow a loose structure, but we were allowed to create within those boundaries. My note was something like, "Hi, you found my balloon. My name is, and I attend, elementary school. You can keep the balloon, but I hope you write me back. I like Mighty Max, exploring, building forts, swimming, and friends. What do you like? Write me back soon. Here's $1 for the mail." On the dollar I wrote 4 stamps, right across the front, which my mom said was unnecessary. But I thought it was genius, so I did it. The teacher took a Polaroid of each of us with our balloons and had us put them in the envelope along with our letter. They also included another letter that I assume explained the nature of the project and sincere appreciation for anyone's participation in writing back, and sending photos of their city or neighborhood. That was the whole idea, to build a sense of community without having to leave the school, and to establish safe contact with other people. It seemed like such a fun idea. Over the next couple weeks, the letters started to roll in. Most came with pictures of different landmarks, and each time a letter would come in, the teacher would pin the picture on a big wall map we had put up showing where the letter had come from and how far the balloon had traveled. It was a really smart idea, because we actually looked forward to coming to school to see if we had gotten our letter. For the duration of the year, we had 1 day a week where we could write back to our pen pal or another student's pen pal in case our letter hadn't come in yet. Mine was one of the last to arrive. When I came into the classroom, I looked at my desk and once again didn't see any letter waiting for me. But as I sat down, the teacher approached me and handed me an envelope. I must have looked so excited because, as I was about to open it, she put her hand on mine to stop me and said, "Please don't be upset." I didn't understand what she meant. Why would I be upset now that my letter had come in? Initially, I was mystified that she would even know what was in the envelope. But now I realized that of course the teachers had screened the contents to make sure there was nothing obscene. But all the same, how could I be disappointed? When I opened the envelope, I understood. There was no letter. The only thing in the envelope was a Polaroid, but I couldn't really make out what it was. It looked like a patch of desert, but it was too blurry to decipher. It appeared as if the camera had been moved while the picture was being taken. There was no return address, so I couldn't even write back if I wanted to. I was crushed. The school year pressed on, and the letters had stopped coming in for nearly all of the other students. After all, you can only continue a written correspondence with a kindergartner for so long. Everyone, including myself, had lost interest in the letters almost completely. Then I got another envelope. My excitement was rejuvenated, and I reveled in the fact that I was still getting a letter when most of the other pen pals had abandoned their involvement. It made sense that I received another delivery. There had been nothing but a blurry picture in the first one, so this was probably to make up for that. But again, there was no letter at all, just another picture. This one was more distinguishable, but I still didn't understand it. The photograph was angled way up, catching the corner of a building, and the rest of the image was distorted by a lens flare from the sun. Because the balloons didn't travel very far, and because they were all launched on the same day, the board became a bit cluttered, and so the policy for the students still exchanging letters became that they could take the photographs home. My best friend Josh had the second highest number of pictures taken home by the end of the year. His pen pal was really cooperative, and sent him pictures from all around the neighboring city. Josh took home, I think, 4 pictures. I took home nearly 50. The envelopes were all opened by the teacher, but after a while I stopped even looking at the pictures. However, I saved them in one of my drawers that housed my collection of rocks, baseball cards, comic book cards, Marvel metal cards for those who might remember, and little miniature baseball batting helmets that I'd get out of a vending machine at Winn-Dixie after t-ball games. With the school year over, my attention turned to other things. My mom had gotten me a small snow cone machine for Christmas that year, and Josh had really coveted it. So much so that his parents bought him a slightly nicer one for his birthday, which was toward the end of the school year. That summer we had the idea that we would set up a snow cone stand to make money. We thought we'd make a fortune selling snow cones at $1. Josh lived in a different neighborhood, but we eventually decided that my neighborhood would be better because there were a lot of people who cared for their lawns. The yards in my neighborhood were slightly bigger. We did this for 5 weekends in a row until my mom told us that we had to stop. And I've only recently come to understand why she did that. On the 5th weekend, Josh and I were counting our money. Because we both had a machine, we each had a separate stack of money that we put together into one stack, and we then split it evenly. We had made a total of $16 that day, and as Josh paid out my 5th dollar, a feeling of profound surprise consumed me. The dollar said, 4 stamps. Josh noticed my shock and asked if he had miscounted. I told him about the dollar and he said, That's so cool, man. As I thought about it, I came to agree. The idea that the dollar had made it right back to me after changing so many hands floored me. I rushed inside to tell my mom, but my excitement, coupled with her being distracted by a phone call, made my story incomprehensible, and she responded simply by saying, "Oh wow, that's neat." Frustrated, I ran back outside and told Josh I had something to show him. Back in my room, I opened the drawer and took out the stack of envelopes and showed him some of the pictures. I started with the first picture, and we went through about 10 before Josh lost interest and asked if I wanted to go play in the ditch. A dirt ditch down the street from my house, before his mom came to pick him up, so that's what we did. We had a dirt war for a while, but it was interrupted several times by rustling in the woods around us. There were raccoons and stray cats that lived in there, but this was making a little too much noise, and we traded guesses at what it was in an attempt to scare each other. My last guess was that it was a mummy, but in the end, Josh kept insisting that it was a robot because of the sounds that we heard. Before we left, he got a little serious and looked me right in the eyes and said, "You heard it, didn't you? It sounded like a robot. You heard it too, right?" I had heard it, and since it sounded mechanical, I agreed that it was probably a robot. It's only now that I understand what we heard. When we got back, Josh's mom was waiting for him at the kitchen table with my mom. Josh told his mom about the robot. Our moms laughed and Josh went home. My mom and I ate dinner, and then I went to bed. I didn't stay in bed for long before I crept out and decided that, due to the day's events, I would revisit the envelopes since now the whole affair seemed much more interesting. I took the first envelope and set it on the floor and set the blurry desert Polaroid on top. I laid the second envelope right next to it and placed the oddly angled Polaroid of a building's top corner on top, and did this with each picture until they formed a grid that was about 5 by 10. I was always taught to be careful with things that I was collecting, even if I wasn't sure they were valuable. I noticed that the pictures gradually became more decipherable. There was a tree with a bird on it, a speed limit sign, power line, a group of people walking into some building, and then I saw something that vexed me so powerfully that I can now, as I write this, distinctly remember feeling dizzy and capable of only a single repeating thought. Why am I in this picture? In this photograph of the group of people entering the building, I saw myself holding hands with my mother in the back of the crowd of people. We were at the very edge of the photo, but it was undeniably us. And as my eyes swam over the sea of Polaroids, I became increasingly anxious. It was a really odd feeling. It wasn't fear. It was the feeling you get when you are in trouble. I'm not sure why I was flooded with that feeling, but there I sat, floundering in the distant sense that I had done something wrong, and this feeling only intensified as I looked at the rest of the photos after the one that had so powerfully struck me. I was in every photo. None of them were close shots. None of them were only of me, but I was in every single one of them. Off to the side, in the back, bottom of the frame. Some of them only had the tiniest parts of my face captured at the very edge of the photo, but nevertheless, I was there. I was always there. I didn't know what to do. Your mind works in funny ways as a kid, but there was a large part of me that was afraid of getting in trouble simply for still being up. Since I already had the looming feeling of having done something wrong, I decided that I would wait until tomorrow. The next day, my mom was off work and spent most of the morning cleaning up around the house. I watched cartoons, I imagine, and waited until I thought it was a good time to show her the Polaroids. When she went out to get the mail, I grabbed a couple of the pictures and put them on the table in front of me as I sat waiting for her to come back. When she returned, she was already opening the mail and threw some junk mail into the trash can, and I said, "Mom, can you come here for a second? I have these pictures. Just give me a minute, honey. I need to mark these on the calendar." After a minute or two, She came and stood behind me and asked me what I needed. I could hear her shuffling with the mail behind me, just as I looked at the Polaroids and told her about them. As I explained more and pointed to the pictures, her frequent uh-huhs and okays decreased, and she was suddenly completely quiet, and only making a little noise with the mail. The next noise I heard from her sounded as if she was trying to catch her breath in a room that had no air left in it. At last, her struggling gasps were conquered, and she simply dropped the remaining mail on the table and ran to the kitchen to get the phone. "Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't know about these. Don't be mad at me." With the phone pressed to her ear, she was walking/running back and forth and shouting into it. I nervously fiddled with the mail sitting next to my Polaroids. The top envelope had something sticking out of it that I thoughtlessly and anxiously pulled on until it came out. It was another Polaroid. Confused, I thought that somehow one of my Polaroids had slipped into the stack when she threw the mail down. But when I turned it over and looked at it, I realized that I had not seen this one before. To my dismay, it was me, but this one was a much closer shot. I was surrounded by trees and was smiling, but it wasn't just me. I noticed Josh was there too. This was us from yesterday. I started yelling for my mom, who was still screaming into the phone. I repeatedly yelled for her until she finally responded with, "What?" And I could only think to ask, "Who are you calling?" "I'm talking to the police, honey." "But why?" "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do anything." She answered me with a response that I never understood until I was forced to revisit these events from the earliest years of my life. She grabbed the envelope off the table, and the picture of Josh and I spun and slid, landing next to the other Polaroids in front of me. She held the envelope up to my eyes, but I could only look at her and watch all the color begin draining out of her face. With tears welling up in her eyes, she said that she had to call the police because there was no postmark. Part 3. Boxes. If you haven't read Footsteps or Balloons, please do so before reading what's below so you'll understand. For those of you who have read my other stories and asked if there was more and received cryptic answers from me, I want to apologize for being dishonest. I said several times in the comments that nothing really happened after Footsteps, but that wasn't true. The events of the following story weren't locked away in the recesses of my mind. I've always remembered them. It wasn't until I remembered Balloons and spoke with my mother about the following events that I realized how intertwined this story was with everything else. But I originally hadn't really planned on sharing this anyway. My desire to withhold this memory was due mostly to the fact that I don't think I showed good judgment in it. I also wanted consent from another person to tell it, so as to not misinterpret what transpired. I didn't expect there to be a lot of interest in my other stories, so I never really thought I'd get pressed for more details, and I would have been happy to keep this to myself for the rest of my life. I haven't been able to reach the other party, but I would feel disingenuous withholding this story from those who wanted more information. Now that I've spoken with my mother, and another connecting line has been drawn, what follows is as accurate a recollection as I could manage. I apologize for the length. I spent the summer before my first year of elementary school learning how to climb trees. There was one particular pine tree right outside my house that seemed almost designed for me. It had branches that were so low I could easily grab them without a boost, and for the first couple days after I first learned how to pull myself up, I would just sit on the lowest branch, dangling my feet. The tree was outside our back fence, and was easily visible from the kitchen window, which was just above the sink. Before too long, my mother and I developed a routine where I would go play on the tree when she washed the dishes because she could easily see me while she did other things. As the summer passed, My abilities grew, and before too long I was climbing fairly high. As the tree got taller, its branches not only got thinner, but more widely spaced. I eventually reached a point where I couldn't actually climb any higher, and so the game had to change. I began to concentrate on speed, and in the end, I could reach my highest branch in 25 seconds. I got too confident, and one afternoon I tried to step from a branch before I had firmly grasped the next one. I fell about 20 feet, and broke my arm really bad in 2 places. My mom was running toward me, yelling, and I remembered her sounding like she was underwater. I don't remember what she said, but I do remember being surprised by just how white my bone was. I was going to start kindergarten with a cast, and wouldn't even have any friends to sign it. My mom must have felt terrible because the day before I started school, she brought home a kitten. He was just a baby and was striped with tan and white. As soon as she put him down, he crawled into an empty case of soda that was sitting on the floor. I named him Boxes. Boxes was only an outside cat when he escaped. My mom had him declawed so he wouldn't destroy the furniture. So as a result, we did our best to keep him inside. He'd get out every now and then, and we'd find him somewhere in the backyard chasing some kind of bug or lizard, though he could hardly ever catch one because he had no front claws. He was pretty evasive, but we'd always catch him and carry him back inside. He'd scramble to look back over my shoulder. I told my mom that it was because he was planning his strategy for next time. Once inside, we'd give him some tuna fish, and he came to learn what the sound of the can opener might signal. He'd come running whenever he heard it. The conditioning came in handy later because toward the end of our time in that house, Boxes would get out much more often, and would run under the house into the crawl space where neither of us wanted to follow because it was cramped, and probably crawling with bugs and rodents. Ingeniously, my mom thought to hook the can opener to an extension cord out back, and run it right outside the hole that Boxes had gone through. Eventually, he would emerge with his loud meows, looking excited by the sound and then horrified at how we could run such a cruel ruse on him. A can opener with no tuna made no sense to Boxes. The last time he escaped to under the house was actually our last day in it. My mom had put the house on the market, and we had begun packing our things. We didn't have much, and we stretched the packing out a while, though I had already packed up all my clothes at my mom's request. My mom could tell I was really sad about moving, and wanted the transition to be smooth for me, and I guess she thought that having my clothes in the box would reinforce the idea that we were moving, but things wouldn't change that much. When Boxes got out, as we were loading some things into the moving van, my mom cursed because she had already packed the can opener and wasn't sure where it was. I pretended to go look for it so I wouldn't have to go under the house, and my mom, probably completely aware of my little scam, moved one of the panels and crawled in. She came out with Boxes pretty quickly and seemed pretty unnerved, which made me feel even better about getting out of it. My mom made some phone calls while I packed a little more, and then she came into my room and told me that she had spoken to the realtor, and we were going to start moving into the house that day. She said it like it was excellent news, but I had thought we had more time in the house. She originally said that we weren't moving until the end of next week, and it was only Tuesday. What's more, we weren't completely finished packing. But my mom said sometimes it was just easier to replace things than pack them and haul them all over the city. I didn't even get to grab the rest of my boxed clothes. I asked if I could call Josh to say bye, but she said that we could just call him from our new house. We left in the moving van. I managed to stay in touch with Josh for years, which is surprising since we no longer went to the same school. Our parents weren't close friends, but they knew that we were, and so they would accommodate our desire to see one another by driving us back and forth for sleepovers, sometimes every weekend. For Christmas one year, our parents even pooled their money and got us some really nice walkie-talkies that were advertised to work across a range that extended past the distance between our houses. They also had batteries that could last for days if the walkie-talkie was on but not used. They would only occasionally work well enough that we could talk across the city, but when we stayed over, we'd use them around the house, talking in mock radio speak that we had taken from movies, and they worked great for that. Thanks to our parents, we were still friends when we were 10. One weekend I was staying over at Josh's, and my mom called me to say goodnight. She was still pretty watchful, even when she couldn't actually watch me, but I had gotten so used to it that I didn't even notice it, even if Josh did. She sounded upset. Boxes was missing. This must have been a Saturday night, because I had spent the night at Josh's the previous night and was going to go home the next day because we had school on Monday. Boxes had been missing since Friday afternoon. I gathered that she had not seen him since returning home after dropping me off. She must have decided to tell me he was missing because if he didn't come home before I did, then I would be devastated at, not only by his absence, but how she could have kept it from me. She told me not to worry. He'll come back. He always does. But Boxes didn't come back. 3 weekends later, I stayed at Josh's again. I was still upset about Boxes, but my mom told me that there had been many times when pets had disappeared from home for weeks or even months, only to return on their own. She said they always knew where home was, and would always try to come back. I was explaining this to Josh when a thought hit me so hard that I interrupted my own sentence to say it aloud. What if Boxes thought of the wrong home? Josh was confused. What? He lives with you. He knows where his home is. But he grew up somewhere else, Josh. He was raised in my old house a couple neighborhoods away. Maybe he still thinks of that place as home, like I do. Oh, I get it. Well, that'd be great. We'll tell my dad tomorrow and he'll take us over there so we can look. No, he won't, man. My mom said that we couldn't ever go back to that place because the new owners wouldn't want to be bothered. She said that she told your mom and dad the same thing. Josh persisted. Okay, then we'll just go out exploring tomorrow and make our way to your old house. No. If we get spotted, your dad will find out, and then so will my mom. We have to go there ourselves. We have to go there tonight. It didn't take that much convincing to get Josh on board since he was usually the one to come up with ideas like this. But we had never snuck out of his house before. It actually turned out to be incredibly easy. The window in his room opened to the backyard, and he had a latched wooden fence that wasn't locked. After those 2 minor hurdles, we slipped off into the night, flashlight and walkie-talkies in hand. There were 2 ways to get from Josh's house to my old house. We could walk on the street and make all the turns, or go through the woods, which would take about half the time. It would have taken about 2 hours to walk there, taking the street, but I suggested that we go that way anyway. I told him it was because I didn't want to get lost. Josh refused and said that if we were seen, they might recognize him and tell his dad. He threatened to go home if we didn't just take the shortcut, and I accepted it because I didn't want to go by myself. Josh didn't know about the last time I walked through these woods at night. The woods were much less creepy with a friend and a flashlight, and we were making pretty good time. I wasn't entirely sure where we were, but Josh seemed confident enough, and that bolstered my morale. We passed through a particularly thick patch of tangled trees when the strap on my walkie-talkie got caught on a branch. Josh had the flashlight, and so I was struggling to get the walkie-talkie when I heard Josh say, "Hey man, wanna go for a swim?" I looked over to where he was shining the flashlight, though I closed my eyes as I did, because I now knew where we were. He was pointing at the pool floats. This was where I had woken up in these woods all those years ago. I felt a lump in my throat and the sting of fresh tears in my eyes as I continued to struggle with the walkie. Frustrated, I yanked on it hard enough to break it free, and I turned and walked to Josh, who had partially laid down on the pool float in a mock sunbathing pose. As I walked toward him, I stumbled and nearly fell into a fairly large hole that was sitting in the middle of this small clearing. But I regained my balance and stopped right at its edge. It was deep. I was surprised by the size of the hole, but more surprised by the fact that I didn't remember it. I realized it must not have been there that night because it was in the same spots where I had awoken. I put it out of my mind and turned to Josh. "Quit messing around, man. You saw I was stuck over there, and you were just laying here joking around on this float." I punctuated the sentence with a kick to an exposed part of the float. A screeching rose from it. Josh's smile inverted. He suddenly looked terrified and was struggling to get off the float, but he couldn't in a quick manner due to the awkward way he had been laying on it. Each time he would fall back on the float, the screeching would intensify. I wanted to help Josh, but I couldn't move myself any closer. My legs wouldn't cooperate. I hated these woods. I picked up the flashlight that he had thrown in his thrashing and shined in on the float, not knowing what to expect. Finally, Josh got off the float and rushed next to me, looking at where I was shining the light. Suddenly, there it was. It was a rat. I started laughing nervously, and we both watched the rat run into the woods, taking the screeches with it. Josh lightly punched me in the arm, the smile slowly returning to his face, and we continued walking. We quickened our pace and made it out of the woods faster than we thought we would, and we found ourselves back in my old neighborhood. The last time I had rounded the bend ahead, I had seen my house fully illuminated, and all the memories of what transpired came flooding back. I felt a skipping in my heart as we were finally turning the corner and about to face the full view of my house, remembering last time how incandescent it was, but this time all the lights were off. From a distance I could see my old climbing tree, and as my mind traced the steps of causality backward, I realized that I wouldn't be back here this night if that tree hadn't grown, and I was briefly in awe of how all events were like that. As we got closer, I could see that the lawn looked terrible. I couldn't even guess when it had last been mowed. One of the shutters had partially broken loose and was rocking back and forth in the breeze, and overall the house just looked dirty. I was sad to see my old home in such a state of disrepair. Why would my mom care if we bothered the new owners? If they cared so little about where they lived? And then I realized there were no new owners. The house was abandoned, though it looked simply forsaken. Why would my mom lie to me about our house having new people in it? But I thought that this was actually a good thing. It would be easier to look around for boxes if we didn't have to worry about being spotted by the new family. This would make it much quicker. Josh interrupted my thoughts, and we walked through the gate and up to the house itself. "Your old house sucks, dude," Josh yelled as quietly as he could. "Shut up, Josh. Even like this, it's still nicer than your house." "Hey, man." Okay. I think boxes is probably under the house. One of us has to go under and look, but the other should stay next to the opening in case he comes running out. "Are you serious? There's no way I'm going under there. It's your cat, man. You do it." "Look, I'll game you for it, unless you're too scared," I said, holding my fist over my upturned palm. "Fine, but we go on shoot, not on 3. It's rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Not 1, 2, 3. "I know how to play the game, Josh. You're the one who always messes up. And it's 2 out of 3. I lost. I wiggled loose the panel that my mom would always move when she had to crawl under here for boxes. She only had to do it a couple of times since the can opener trick usually worked. But when she had to do it, she hated it. especially that last time. And as I looked into the darkness of the crawl space, I had a greater appreciation for why. Before we moved, she said that it was actually better that boxes ran under there, despite how hard it could be to get him out. It was less dangerous than him jumping over the fence and running around the neighborhood. All that was true, but I was still dreading doing this. I grabbed the flashlight and the walkie and began to crawl in. A powerful smell overtook me. It smelled like death. I turned on my walkie. Josh, are you there? This is Macho Man. Come back. Josh, cut it out. There's something wrong down here. What do you mean? It stinks. It smells like something died. Is it boxes? I really hope not. I set down the walkie and moved the flashlight around as I crawled forward. Looking through the hole from the outside, you could see all the way back with the right lighting, but you had to be inside to see around the support blocks that held the house up. I'd say that there was about 40% of the area that you couldn't see unless you were actually in the crawl space. But even inside, I discovered that I could only see directly where the flashlight was pointing. I realized that this would make scouting around the place much more difficult. As I moved forward, the smell intensified. The fear was growing in me that boxes had come here, and something had happened to him. I shined the flashlight around but couldn't see much of anything. I wrapped my fingers around a support block to pull myself forward, and as I did that, I felt something that made my hand recoil. Fur. My heart sank, and I prepared myself emotionally for what I was about to see. I crawled slowly so I could prolong what I knew was coming, and I inched my eyes and the flashlight past the block to see what was on the other side. I staggered back in horror. Jesus Christ! Escaped my trembling mouth. It was a hideous and twisted creature, badly decomposed. Its skin had rotted away on its face, so the teeth appeared to be enormous, and the smell was unbearable. What is it? Are you okay? Is it boxes? I reached for the walkie. No, it's not boxes. Well, what the hell is it then? I don't know. I shined the light on it again and looked at it with less fear in my vision. I chuckled. It's a raccoon. Well, keep looking. I'm gonna go into the house to see if he might have made it in here somehow. What? No, Josh, don't go in there. What if Boxes is down here and runs out? He can't. I put the board back. I looked and saw that he was telling the truth. Why'd you do that? Don't worry, man. You can move it easy. This makes more sense. If Boxes ran out and I missed him, then he'd be gone. If he's down there, then grab him tight, and I'll come move the board. And if he's not, then you come move it yourself while I look in the house. Some of his points were good, and I doubted he'd be able to get in anyway. Okay, but be careful and don't touch anything. There's a box of my old clothes still in boxes in my room. You can look in there to see if he crawled in one. And make sure to bring your walkie. Roger that, good buddy. I realized that it would be pitch black in there. The power would have been turned off since no one was paying the bill. With any luck, he'd be able to see from the streetlights that might cast some light inside. Otherwise, I'm not sure what he'd do. Before too long, I heard footsteps right over my head and felt old dirt raining down on me. Josh, is that you? Breaker, breaker, this is Macho Man coming back for the Big Tango Foxtrot. The Eagle has landed. What's your 20, Princess Jasmine? Over. Asshole. Macho Man, my 20 is in your bathroom looking at your stash of magazines. Looks like you've got a thing for dudes' butts. What's the report on that? Over. I could hear him laughing without the walkie, and I started laughing too. I heard the footsteps fade away a little as he was on his way to my room. Man, it's dark in here. Hey, are you sure you had boxes of clothes in here? I don't see any. Yeah, there should be a couple boxes in front of the closet. There aren't any boxes in here. Let me check to see if you maybe put the boxes in the closet before you left. I started thinking that maybe Mom had come back and gotten the clothes, and just given them away because I had outgrown a lot of them. But I remembered leaving the boxes there. I didn't even have time to close the last one up before we left. While I was waiting for Josh to tell me what he found, I kicked out my leg, which had started falling asleep because of the position I was in, and it hit something. I looked back and saw something really strange. It was a blanket, and all around it there were bowls. I crawled a little closer to it. The blanket smelled moldy, and most of the bowls were empty, but one had something that I recognized still in it. Cat food. It was a different kind than we gave to boxes, but I suddenly understood. My mom had set up a little place for boxes to encourage him to come here, instead of running around the neighborhood. That made a lot of sense. And it seemed even more likely that boxes would have come back to this place. That's so cool, Mom, I thought. I found your clothes. Oh, cool. Where were the boxes? Like I said, there are no boxes. Your clothes are in your closet. They're hanging up. I felt a chill. This was impossible. I had packed all my clothes, even though we weren't supposed to move for another 2 weeks when we left. I remember packing them and thinking that it was stupid for me to have to come get clothes out of the box and put them back in. I had packed them, but someone had hung them back up. Why, though? Josh needed to get out of there. That can't be right, Josh. They're supposed to be in boxes. Stop messing around and just come back outside. No joke, man. I'm looking at them. Maybe you just thought that you left them. Wow. You sure like to look at yourself, don't you? What? What do you mean? Your walls, man. Your walls are covered in Polaroids of yourself. There are hundreds of them. What, did you hire someone to... Silence. I checked my walkie to see if I had switched it off somehow. It was fine. I could hear footsteps but couldn't tell exactly where Josh was going. I waited for Josh to finish his sentence, thinking that his finger had just slipped off the button, but he didn't continue. He seemed to be stomping around the house now. I was just about to radio him when he came back. There's someone in the house. His voice was hushed and broken. I could hear he was on the verge of tears. I wanted to respond, but how loud was his walkie turned up? What if the other person heard it? I said nothing and just waited and listened. What I heard were footsteps. Heavy, dragging footsteps. And then a loud thud. Oh God, Josh. He had been found, I was sure of it. This person had found him and was hurting him. I broke out in tears. He was my only friend next to boxes. And then I realized, what if Josh told him I was under here? What could I possibly do? As I struggled to compose myself, I thankfully heard Josh's voice through the walkie. He's got something, man. It's a big bag. He just threw it on the floor and... Oh God, man. The bag, I think it just moved. I was paralyzed. I wanted to run home. I wanted to save Josh. I wanted to go for help. I wanted so many things, but I just lay there frozen. As I lay unable to move, my eyes focused on the corner of the house that was right under my room. I moved my flashlight. My breath hitched at what I saw. Animals. Dozens of them. All of them dead. They lay in piles all around the perimeter of the crawl space. Could boxes be among these corpses? Was this what the cat food was for? Seeing this broke my shock as I knew I had to get out of there, and I scrambled to the board. I pushed on it, but it wouldn't budge. I couldn't move it because I was wedged in there, and I couldn't get my fingers around it since the edges were outside. I was trapped. God damn you, Josh! I whispered to myself. I could feel thunderous footsteps above me. The house was shaking. I heard Josh scream, and it was matched by another scream that wasn't full of fear. As I continued pushing, I felt the board move, but I knew it wasn't me who was pushing it. I could hear footsteps above me and in front of me, and shouting and screaming filling the brief silences between the footsteps. I was moved back and held my walkie ready to just try to defend myself. And the board was thrown to the side and an arm shot in and grabbed for me. "Let's go, man, now." It was Josh, thank God. I scrambled out of the opening holding the flashlights and the walkie. When we got to the fence, we both jumped it, but Josh's walkie fell. He reached for it and I told him to forget it. We had to move. Behind us I could hear yelling, though they weren't words, only sounds. And we, perhaps foolishly, ran for the woods to get back to Josh's quicker and be somewhat harder to follow. The whole way through the woods Josh kept yelling, "My picture! He took my picture!" But I knew the man already had Josh's picture from all those years ago at the ditch. I suppose Josh still thought those mechanical sounds were from a robot. We made it back to Josh's house and back into his room before his parents woke up. I asked him about the big bag and if it really moved, and he said he couldn't be sure. He kept apologizing about dropping the walkie at the house, but obviously that wasn't a big deal. We didn't go to sleep and sat peering out the window waiting for him. I went home later that day as it was about 3 a.m. already. I told my mom the basics of this story a couple days ago. She broke down and was furious about the danger I put myself in. I asked her why she made all those things up about bothering the new owners to stop me from going. Why did she think the house was so dangerous? She became irate and hysterical. But she answered my question. She grabbed my hand and squeezed it harder than I thought her capable of, and locked her eyes to mine, whispering as if she was afraid of being overheard. "Because I never put any fucking blankets or bowls under the house for boxes. You weren't the only one to find them." I felt dizzy. I understood so much now. I understood why she had looked so uneasy after she brought boxes out from under the house on our last day there. She found more than spiders or a rat's nest that day. I understood why we left almost 2 weeks early. I understood why she tried to stop me from going back. She knew. She knew he made his home under ours, and she kept it from me. I left without saying another word, and didn't finish the story for her, but I want to finish it here for you. I got home from Josh's that day. I threw my stuff on the floor and it scattered everywhere. I didn't care. I just wanted to sleep. I woke up around 9 p.m. to the sound of boxes meowing. My heart leapt. He had finally come home. I was a little sick about the fact that if I had just waited a day, none of the previous night's events would have happened, and I'd have boxes anyway. But that didn't matter. He was back. I got off my bed and called for him, looking around to catch a glint of light off his eyes. The crying continued and I followed it. It was coming from under the bed. I laughed a little, thinking I had just crawled under a house looking for him, and how this was so much better. His meows were being muffled by a shirt, so I flung it aside and smiled, yelling, "Welcome home, boxes!" His cries were coming from my walkie-talkie. Boxes never came home. Part 4. Maps. There was a comment in the last post that made me remember an event from my childhood that I always took as odd but never considered to be related to any of these stories. I know now that it is. It's funny how memories work. The details might all be present in your mind, though scattered and disarrayed, and then a single thought can stitch them back together almost instantly. I never thought of these events much because I was focused on the wrong details. I went back to my mom's house and went through my old childhood schoolwork, looking for something that I think is important. I couldn't find it, but I'll keep looking. Again, sorry for the length. Most old cities and the neighborhoods in them weren't planned with thought that the population would begin to grow exponentially, and it would have to be accommodated. The layout of the roads is generally originally in response to geographical restrictions and the necessity of connecting points of economic importance. Once the connecting roads are established, new businesses and roads are positioned strategically along the existing skeleton, and eventually, the paths carved into the earth are immortalized in asphalt, leaving room only for minor modifications, additions, and alterations, but never a dramatic change. My childhood neighborhood must have been old then. If straight lines move as the crow flies, then my neighborhood must have been built based on the travels of a snake. The first houses built must have been placed around the lake, and gradually the inhabitable area increased as new extensions were built off the original path. But these new extensions all ended abruptly at one point or another. There was only one entrance/exit for the entire neighborhood. Many of these extensions were limited by a tributary, which both fed and drank from the lake, and passed right by what I came to call, and have called in these stories, the ditch. Many of the original homes had enormous yards, but some of those original plots had been divided, leaving properties with smaller and smaller boundaries. An aerial view of my neighborhood would give one the impression that an enormous squid had once died in the woods, and some adventuring entrepreneur found the corpse and paved roads over its tentacles, only to withdraw his involvement and leave time, greed, and desperation to divide up the land among prospective homeowners, like an embarrassing attempt at the golden ratio. From my porch, you could see the old houses that surrounded the lake, but the house of Mrs. Maggie was my favorite. She was, as best as I can remember, around 80 years old. But despite that, she was one of the friendliest people I had ever met. She had a head of loose-set, white curls, and always wore light dresses with floral patterns. She would talk to me and Josh from her back porch when we were swimming in the lake, and she would always invite us in for snacks. She said that she was lonely because her husband Tom was always away on business, but Josh and I would always decline her invitation because, as nice as Mrs. Maggie was, there was still something a bit odd about her. Every now and then, we would swim away, she would say, "Chris and John, you're welcome here any time," and we could hear her still yelling that when we were walking back into my house. Mrs. Maggie, like many of the older homeowners, had a sprinkler system that was on a timer, though at some point over the years her timer must have broken because the sprinklers would come on at various points during the day, and often even at night all year. Well, it never got cold enough to snow very much. Several times each winter, I would go outside in the morning to see Mrs. Maggie's yard transformed into a surreal, Arctic paradise by the frozen water. Every other yard stood sterilized and dry by the biting frosts of the winter's cold, but right there in the middle of the bleak reminder of the savagery of the season was an oasis of beautiful ice hanging like stalactites from every branch of every tree and every leaf of every bush. As the sun rose, it reflected off, and each piece of ice splintered the sun into a rainbow that would only be viewed briefly before it blinded you. Even as a child, I was struck by how beautiful it was, and often Josh and I would go over there to walk on the iced grass and have sword fights with the icicles. I once asked my mom why she left it on like that. My mom seemed to search for the explanation before she said, "Well, sweetie, Mrs. Maggie is sick a lot, and sometimes when she gets really sick, she gets confused. That's why she messes up yours and Josh's names sometimes. She doesn't mean to, but sometimes she just can't remember. She lives in that big house all by herself, so it's okay if you talk to her when you swim in the lake, but when she invites you in, you should keep saying no. Be polite. Her feelings won't get hurt. But she'll be less lonely when her husband comes home, though, right? How long will he be away on business? It seems like he's always away. My mom seemed to struggle, and I could see that she had become very upset. Finally, she answered, "Honey, Tom's not going to come home. Tom's in heaven. He died years and years ago. But Mrs. Maggie doesn't remember. She gets confused and forgets. But Tom's not ever coming home. If someone moved back in with her, she might even think it was Tom. But he's gone, sweetie." I would have only been around 5 or 6 when she told me that, and while I didn't understand it completely, I was still profoundly sad for Mrs. Maggie. I know now that Mrs. Maggie had Alzheimer's. She and her husband Tom had 2 sons, Chris and John. The 2 had worked out payment plans with the utility companies and paid for Mrs. Maggie's water and electricity, but they would never visit her. I don't know if something happened between them, or if it was the illness, or if they just lived too far away, but they never came around. I have no idea what they look like, but there were times when Mrs. Maggie must have thought Josh and I looked like they did when they were children, or maybe she saw that some part of her mind so desperately wanted her to see. Ignoring the images transmitted down her optic nerve, and just for a little while showing her what used to be, I realize only now how lonely she must have been. During the summer after kindergarten, before the events of balloons, Josh and I had taken to exploring the woods near my house, as well as the tributary of the lake. We knew that the woods between our houses were connected, and we thought it would be neat if the lake near my house was somehow connected to the creek around his. So we resolved ourselves to find out. We were going to make maps. The plan was to make 2 separate maps and then combine them. We would make one map exploring the area around the creek near his house, and make another following the outflow from the lake. Originally, we were going to make one map, but we realized that wasn't possible since I had started drawing the map of my area so huge that the route from his house wouldn't have been to scale. We kept the map from the lake at my house, and the map from the creek at his house, and we would add to each when we stayed the night with each other. For the first couple weeks it went really well. We would walk through the woods along the water, and pause every couple minutes to add to the map, and it seemed like the 2 maps would come together any day. We had no equipment needed for the job, not even a compass, but we tried to make do. We had the idea to impale the earth with a stick when we had reached the end of a venture, so that if we came upon the stick from the other direction the next weekend, we would know we had joined the maps. We might have been the world's worst cartographers. Eventually, however, the woods became too thick near the water coming from the lake, and we were unable to proceed further. We lost interest in the whole project for a bit, and reduced our exploration significantly, though not completely, when we started selling snow cones. After I showed my mom all the pictures I had taken from school, and she took away my snow cone machine, our interest in the maps revitalized. We had to come up with another plan. Although I didn't understand why, my mom had placed what I considered to be extremely severe restrictions on what I could do and where I could go, and I had to check in frequently if I went outside to play with Josh. This meant that we couldn't stay in the woods for hours and continue to look for new paths. We thought that we could just swim when we got to the cutoff in the woods, but that clearly wouldn't work since the map would get wet. We tried going faster when we were coming from Josh's house, but we eventually ran into the same problem. Then we had a brilliant idea. We'd build a raft. Due to the construction in the neighborhood, there was a large amount of scrap building material that the company would set in the ditch to keep it out of the road and off-site, since they no longer needed it for building. We originally conceived of a formidable ship complete with a mast and an anchor, but this quickly diminished into something more manageable. We set aside the wood and took several large pieces of styrofoam that were backed with foam board and tied them together with rope and kite string. We launched our vessel a little downwater from Mrs. Maggie and waved a farewell to her as she motioned us to come back her way, but there was no stopping us. The raft worked very well, and while we both behaved and spoke of it as if the functionality of the raft was a given, I know at least I was a little surprised. We each had a fairly long tree branch to use as a paddle, but we found it was easier to simply push against the land under the water than actually use them as intended. When the water became too deep, we'd simply lie on our stomachs and use our hands to paddle the water, which still worked, albeit less well. The first time we had to resort to that method of propulsion, I remember thinking that from far above it must have looked like a colossally fat man with tiny arms was out for a swim. It actually took us several trips to get the raft to the impossible patch of woods that marked the furthest we had made it. After we had come up with the idea of marking the ground with the stick, we had taken to running through the woods until we got to the stick and then, as carefully and precisely as we knew how, charting our course. This meant that the impasse was actually quite a bit away, so to sail from around my house all the way to the blockade in the woods was taking longer than expected. We'd sail for a bit and then dock the raft, and then next time we'd run through the woods to the raft and go a little farther. We continued this well into first grade. Josh and I were assigned to different groups that year, so since we didn't really see one another during the school day, our parents were more willing to let us hang out all weekend each week. What's more, Josh's dad had taken on a lengthy construction job that required him to work over the weekends, and his mother was on call, so this meant that Josh would stay at my house most every weekend for weeks on end. We should have been making excellent progress, but when we finally made it to the impasse and had the opportunity to explore past it, we couldn't find a place to dock the raft. The woods were simply too thick, and the water had eroded the land to the point that there was nearly a 2-foot rise of earth over the tributary, which exposed the twisting and damp roots of the trees above. We'd have to turn back every time and leave the raft at the same thick of trees that prompted us to build it in the first place. Even worse, winter had arrived, so we couldn't justify leaving the house in our swimsuits. We were getting nowhere. We always had to come home before we could gain much ground. On a Saturday, around 7 p.m., Josh and I were playing when one of my mom's co-workers knocked on our door. Her name was Samantha, and I remember her well now because I would propose to her a couple of years later when I was visiting my mom at work. My mom said that she had to go to work to fix a problem that had arisen, and that she'd be back in about 2 hours. Her car was being repaired, so she'd have to ride with Samantha, but I gathered that the problem was Samantha's fault, and discussing it in the car was why it would only take 2 hours. She said that under no circumstances were we to leave the house, or open the door for anyone, and she was in the middle of explaining that she would call every hour when she got there to check in, but she ended that statement prematurely when she remembered that our phone had been turned off for delinquent payments. This was why Samantha had just come by unannounced. She looked me dead in the eye as she was closing the door and said, "Stay put." This was our chance. We watched her drive down the serpentine road toward the exit, and as soon as the car rounded the last visible bend, we ran back to my room. I dumped my backpack out while Josh grabbed the map. "Hey, do you have a flashlight?" Josh chimed. "No, but we'll be back way before dark." "I was thinking just in case. We should have one." "My mom has one, but I don't know where she keeps it." "Wait." I ran into my closet and pulled a box down from the top shelf. "You have a flashlight in there?" Josh asked. "Not exactly." I opened the box and revealed 3 Roman candles that I had taken from the pile that my mom had amassed for the 4th of July past summer, along with a lighter that I had managed to take from her some months before. This would ensure that we at least had some light if we needed it. This was a little bit before I had been given an opportunity to be afraid of the woods at night, so it wasn't fear that motivated our search for a light source, only practicality. We threw it all in the backpack and bolted out the back door, making sure to close it so boxes wouldn't get out. We had 1 hour and 50 minutes. We ran through the woods as fast as we could and made it to the raft in about 15 minutes. We had our bathing suits on under our clothes, so we stripped off our shirts and shorts and left them in 2 separate piles about 4 feet from the edge of the water. We untied the raft from the tree, grabbed our branch paddles, and cast off. We tried to move rapidly to reach a point beyond the contents of our ever-expanding map, as we didn't have time to waste seeing old sights. We knew that we were slower in the raft than on land, and that we would be in the raft for quite a while after the cutoff since the woods were too thick to walk through, and there wasn't a place to dock. This meant that we'd have to ride the raft back to the original docking site, even if we found a new place to dock it further ahead. After we passed the last charted part of our map, the water began to get really deep, and eventually we could no longer touch the bottom with our tree branches, so we lay on our stomachs and paddled with our hands. It was getting darker, and, as a result, it was becoming harder to distinguish the trees from one another, and we were both becoming slightly unnerved. In the interest of making good time, we were paddling fast with our arms, but this caused a lot of noise as our hands rapidly confronted and then broke through the water's surface tension. During these periods, we could both hear the crunching of dead leaves and the snapping of fallen sticks in the woods to our right. As we would slow our pace and quiet our actions, the rustling in the woods would cease, and we began to wonder if it was really ever there at all. We didn't know what kinds of animals resided this far into the woods, but we did know that we didn't want to find out. As Josh amended the map that I was illuminating with the lighter, we were suddenly confronted with the fact that the sounds were not imagined. Rapidly and rhythmically we heard crunch, snap, crunch. It seemed to be moving slightly away from us, pushing through the woods just beyond our map. It had become too dark to see. We had misjudged how long the sun would linger. Nervously, I called out, "Hello?" There was a brief moment of breathless tension as we lay static in the water. This silence was suddenly broken by laughter. "Hello?" Josh cackled. "So what?" "Hello, Mr. Monster in the Woods. I know you're sneaking around, but maybe you'll answer to my hello? Hello?" I realized how stupid it was. Whatever animal it was, it wouldn't respond. I hadn't even realized I'd said it until afterwards, but if anything was actually there, I obviously wouldn't get a reply. Josh continued, "Hello?" in a high falsetto. "Hello?" I countered with as deep a baritone as I could manage. "Hello there, mate." "Hello, beep boop." "Hello?" We continued mocking each other, and were in the process of turning the raft around to head back when we heard, "Hello." It was whispered and forced, as if it were powered by the last breath in a pair of deflating lungs, and it didn't sound sickly. It had come from the spot just off the map, which now sat behind us since we had turned the raft around. I slowly shifted on the raft and faced the direction of the sound as I fumbled with the Roman candle. I wanted to see. "What are you doing?" Josh hissed, but I had already lit it. As the sparkling fuse sunk into the wrapper, I held it toward the sky. I had never actually shot one of these myself, and thought to just use it like a flare in the movies. A glowing, green orb rocketed out toward the stars and then quickly extinguished. I lowered my arm more towards the horizon. I could remember that there were several colors, but I couldn't remember how many times one of these fired before being depleted. A second ball of red light burst out and fizzled above the trees, but I still saw nothing. "Let's just go, man," Josh pressed, as he turned to face the direction back home and began paddling desperately. "Just one more." Lowering my arm directly at the woods in front of me, another red ball of fire was launched from the tube. It traveled straight ahead until it collided with a tree, briefly exploding the light in a much greater diameter. Still nothing. I dropped the firework in the water and watched as one more struggling fireball burst free only to quickly die, suffocated by the water. As we began paddling in the direction toward my house, we heard a loud, unconcealed rustling in the woods. The breaking of branches and the trampling of fallen leaves overpowered the sound of our splashing. It was running. In our panic, we jostled the raft too violently, and I felt one of the ropes under my chest loosen. "Josh, be careful!" But it was too late. Our raft was breaking. Before too long, it had completely fallen apart. We each held on to a separate piece of styrofoam, but the pieces weren't big enough to keep us completely afloat, and our legs dangled beneath us in the winter water. "Josh, quick!" I yelled as I pointed at the water right next to him. He scrambled, but it was too cold to move quickly, and we both watched as the map floated away. "I'm cold, man." Josh shuddered, dejectedly. "Let's get out of the water." We approached the shore, but each time we attempted to pull ourselves up, we'd hear the frantic rustling thundering toward us from the woods just above. Eventually, we were too cold and weak to even try anymore. Steadily, we kicked our legs and found ourselves nearing the dock site. We toppled off the debris and tried to pull it on land, but Josh's piece slipped away and floated in the direction of the lake. We took off our swimsuits and were desperate to get into dry clothes to shield us from the biting chill of the air. I slid my shorts, but there was something wrong. I turned to Josh. "Where's my shirt, man?" He shrugged and suggested, "Maybe it got knocked into the water and floated into the lake." I told Josh to go back to my house, and to say that we were playing hide and seek if my mom was home. I had to try to find my shirt. I ran behind the house and peered out over the water and scouted along the shoreline. It occurred to me that, with any luck, maybe I could find the map too. I was moving pretty fast because I needed to get home, and was about to give up when my concentration was interrupted by a sound coming from just behind me. "Hello." I whipped around. It was Mrs. Maggie. I had never seen her at night before, and in this poor light, she looked exceedingly frail. The usual warmth that wrapped her manner seemed to have been snuffed out by the chill. I couldn't remember ever seeing her without a smile, and so her face looked strange. "Hello, Mrs. Maggie." "Oh, hi, Chris." The warmth and smile had returned to her, even if her memories had not. "I couldn't see it was you in the dark there." Jokingly, I asked if she was going to invite me in for a snack, but she said maybe another time. I was too busy looking for my map and the shirt to really engage her, but she sounded happy, so I didn't feel bad. She said a couple other things, but I was too distracted to pay attention. I said goodnight and ran down her driveway toward my house. Behind me, I could hear her walking across the frozen yard, but I didn't turn around to wave. I had to get home. I made it home a couple minutes before my mom did, and by the time she came in, Josh and I had already changed clothes and warmed up. We'd gotten away with it, even though we'd lost the map. "Couldn't find it?" "Nah, but I saw Mrs. Maggie. She called me Chris again. I'm telling you, dude. Just be glad you've never seen her at night." We both laughed, and he asked me if she invited me in for a snack, joking that the snacks must be terrible since she couldn't even give them away. I told him that she didn't, and he was surprised. And now that I had time to think about it, so was I. Literally every time we had seen her, she had invited us in for snacks. And here I had, albeit sarcastically, invited myself, and she said no. As Josh talked more about Mrs. Maggie, I suddenly realized that the lighter might still be in my pocket, and that it would be disastrous for my mom to find it. I grabbed the shorts off the floor and patted my pockets. I felt something, but it wasn't the lighter. From my back pocket, I slid out a folded piece of paper, and my heart leapt. The map? I thought. But I watched it float away. As I unfolded the paper, my stomach turned as I tried to understand what I was seeing. Drawn on the paper inside of a large oval were two stick figures holding hands. One was much bigger than the other, but neither had faces. The paper was torn, so a part of it was missing, and there was a number written near the top right corner. It was either 15 or 16. I nervously handed Josh the paper and asked if he had put it in my pocket at some point, but he scoffed at the idea and asked why I was so upset. I pointed toward the smaller stick figure, and what was written next to it? It was my initials. I shook it off and told Josh the rest of the conversation between Mrs. Maggie and I. I had always attributed the odd exchange to her being sick until revisiting the events in my mind all these years later. As I think about it now, the feeling of profound sadness for Mrs. Maggie returns, but it is augmented by a looming feeling of despair when I think about why she said maybe another time. I knew what she had said, but I didn't understand what it meant that night. I didn't understand what her words had meant weeks later when I watched men in strange, orange biohazard suits carry what I thought were black bags full of garbage out of her house, or why the whole neighborhood smelled like death that day. I still didn't understand when they condemned the house and boarded it up a little while before we moved, but I understand now. I understand why her last words to me were so important, even if neither she nor I realized it at the time. Mrs. Maggie had told me that night that Tom had come home, but I know now who had really moved in, just as I know now why I never saw her body brought out on a stretcher. The bags weren't filled with garbage. Part 5. Screens. I've intentionally withheld some details from a lot of my stories. I've let my hopes concerning the way things might influence my evaluation of the way they actually are. I don't think there's any point to that anymore. At the end of the summer between kindergarten and first grade, I caught the stomach flu. This was all of the components of the regular flu. However, with the stomach flu, you throw up in a bucket and not the toilet because you are sitting on it. The sickness gets purged from both sides. This lasted for about 10 days. But just before it had passed, the sickness was granted an extension in the form of pink eye. My eyelids were so fused together by the dried mucus generated during the night that the first day I awoke with the infection, I thought I had gone blind. When I started first grade, I had a kink in my neck from 10 days of bed rest and 2 swollen, bloodshot eyes. Josh was in another group and didn't have my lunch. So, in a cafeteria bursting with 200 kids, I still had a table to myself. I started keeping spare food in my backpack that I would take into the bathroom to eat after lunch, since my school meals were usually confiscated by older kids, who knew I wouldn't stand up to them since no one would stand with me. This dynamic persisted even after my condition cleared up, since no one wants to be friends with the kid who gets bullied, lest they have some of that aggression directed toward themselves. The only reason this stopped was due to the actions of a kid named Alex. Alex was in the 3rd grade and was bigger than most of the other kids in any grade. Around the 3rd week of school, he started sitting with me at lunch, and this put an immediate end to the shortage of my food supply. He was nice enough, but he seemed kind of slow. We never really talked at length except for when I finally decided to ask why he had been sitting with me. He had a crush on Josh's sister, Veronica. Veronica was in 4th grade and was probably the prettiest girl in the school, even as a 6-year-old who fully endorsed the notion that girls were disgusting. I still knew how pretty Veronica was. When she was in 3rd grade, Josh told me, 2 boys had actually gotten into a physical fight which erupted out of an argument concerning the significance of the messages she had written in their yearbooks. One of the boys eventually hit the other in the forehead with the corner of the yearbook, and the wound required stitches to close. Well, not one of those 2 boys. Alex wanted her to like him and confessed that he knew Josh and I were best friends. I gathered that he had hoped that I would convey his ostensibly philanthropic deed to Veronica, and that she would presumably be so moved by his selflessness that she'd take an interest in him. If I told her he would continue to sit with me for as long as I needed him to. Because this was during the time when Josh mostly stayed at my house, building the raft and navigating tributary with me, I didn't have the chance to bring it up to Veronica because I simply didn't see her. I told Josh about it and made fun of Alex, but said that he would tell his sister since I wanted him to. I doubted that he would. Josh was annoyed that people seemed to be taken with his sister. I remember him calling her an ugly crow. I never said anything to Josh, but I remember wanting to say, even then, that she was pretty and would one day be beautiful. I was right. When I was 15, I was seeing a movie at a place my friends and I had come to call the Dirt Theater. It was probably nice at some point, but time and neglect had weathered the place severely. This theater had movable tables and chairs on a level floor, so when the theater was full, there were very few places you could sit and see the whole screen. The theater was still open, I imagine, for 3 reasons. 1, it was cheap to see a movie there. 2, they showed a different cult movie twice a month at midnight. And 3, they sold beer to underage kids during the midnight showings. I went for the first 2. And that night they were showing Scanners by David Cronenberg for $1. My friends and I were sitting in the very back. I wanted to sit closer to the front for a better view, but Ryan had driven us, so I relented. A couple minutes before the movie started, a group of girls walked in. They were all pretty attractive, but whatever beauty they might have had was eclipsed by the girl with the dirty blonde hair, even though I had only caught a glimpse of her profile. As she turned to move her seat, I caught a full view of her face, which gave me the feeling of butterflies in my stomach. It was Veronica. I hadn't seen her in a long time. Josh and I saw progressively less of one another after we snuck out to my old house that night when we were 10. And usually when I'd visit him, she'd be out with friends. While everyone stared at the screen, I stared at Veronica, only looking away when the feeling that I was being a creep overcame me. But that feeling would quickly subside and my eyes would return to her. She really was beautiful, just like I had thought she'd be when I was a kid. When the credits started to roll, my friends got up and left. There was only one exit, and they didn't want to be trapped waiting for the crowd to clear. I lingered in hopes of catching Veronica's attention. As she and her friends walked by, I took a chance. "Hey, Veronica." She turned toward me, looking a little startled. "Yeah?" I got out of my seat and stepped a little into the light coming in through the open door. "It's me, Josh's old friend from way back. How have you been?" "Oh my God, hey, it's been so long." She motioned to her friends that she'd be out in a second. "Yeah, a few years at least. Not since the last time I stayed over with Josh. How is he, anyway?" "Oh, that's right. I remember all you guys' games. Do you still play Ninja Turtles with your friends?" She laughed a little and I blushed. "No, I'm not a kid anymore. Me and my friends play X-Men now." I was really hoping she'd laugh. She did. "You're cute. Do you come to these movies every time?" I was still reeling from what she said. Does she really think I'm cute? Did she just mean I was funny? Does she think I'm attractive? I suddenly realized that she had asked me a question, and my mind grasped for what it was. Yeah, I said much too loudly. Yeah, I try to anyway. What about you? I come every now and then. My boyfriend didn't like these movies, but we just broke up, so I plan on coming from now on. I was trying to be casual, but failed. Oh, well, that's cool. Not that you guys broke up, I just mean that you'd be able to come more often. She laughed again. I tried to recover. So are you coming the week after next? They're supposed to show Day of the Dead. It's really cool. Yeah, I'll be here. She smiled, and I was about to suggest that maybe we could sit together, when she quickly closed the space between us and hugged me. It was really good to see you, she said with her arms around me. I was trying to think of what to say when I realized the biggest problem was that I had forgotten how to talk. Luckily, Ryan, who I could hear approaching from the hallway, came in and spoke for me. Dude, you know the movie's over, right? Let's get the fuck out of... Oh, yeah. Veronica let go and said that she'd see me next time. She was played out of the room by the inappropriate music Ryan was making with his mouth. I was furious, but it dissipated as soon as I heard Veronica laughing in the lobby. Day of the Dead couldn't come soon enough. Ryan's family was going out of town, so he wouldn't be able to drive us, and the other friends I was with that night didn't have cars. A couple of days before the movie, I asked my mom if she could take me. She responded almost immediately by denying my request. But I persisted, and she picked up on the desperation in my voice. She asked why I wanted to go so badly, since I had seen the movie before, and I hesitated before saying that I was hoping to see a girl there. She smiled and asked playfully if she knew the girl, and I reluctantly told her it was Veronica. The smile disappeared from her face, and she coldly said, "No." I decided that I would call Veronica to see if she could pick me up. I had no idea if she still lived at home, but it was worth a try. But then I realized that Josh might answer. I hadn't talked to him in almost 3 years, and if he answered, I obviously couldn't ask to talk to his sister. I felt guilty for calling to speak with Veronica and not Josh, but I dismissed that feeling quickly. Josh hadn't called me in years either. I picked up the phone and dialed the number that was still embedded in my muscle memory from having dialed it so often all those years ago. It rang several times before someone picked up. It wasn't Josh. I felt a mixture of both relief and disappointment. I realized in that second that I really missed Josh. I would call after this weekend and talk to him, but this was my only chance to see if Veronica could or would take me, so I asked for her. The person told me that I had dialed the wrong number. I repeated the number back to her, and she confirmed. She said they must have changed their number, and I agreed. I apologized for the disturbance and hung up. I was suddenly intensely sad because now I couldn't contact Josh even if I wanted to. I felt terrible for having been afraid that he might answer the phone. He had been my very best friend. I realized that the only way I could be put back in touch with him would be through Veronica, so now, not that I needed one, I had another reason to see her. I told my mom the day before the movie that I was no longer concerned with going, but was hoping she could drop me off at my friend Chris's house. She relented and dropped me off that Saturday a couple of hours before the movie. My plan was to walk from his house to the theater, since he only lived about a half-mile away. They went to church early on Sundays, so his parents would go to sleep early Saturday night, and Chris was fine with not coming with me since he had planned on chatting with this girl he met online. He said that the walk back to his house would be even lonelier after she laughed in my face when I tried to kiss her, and I told him not to electrocute himself when he tried to have sex with his computer. I left his house at 11:15. I tried to pace myself so I'd get there just a little before the movie. I was going by myself, and so I didn't want to just hang around there waiting. On the way to the theater, I figured that if Veronica showed up at all, it would be too lucky for us to arrive at the same time. So I debated whether I should wait outside or just go in. Both had their pros and cons. As I was grappling with these concerns, I noticed that the steady stream of streaking car lights that had been overtaking me had been replaced by a single, constant spotlight that refused to pass. The road wasn't illuminated by streetlights, so I was walking in the grass with the road about 2 feet to my left. I stepped a little more to the right and craned my neck over my left shoulder to see what was behind me. A car had stopped about 10 feet behind me. All I could see were the violently bright headlights that were cutting through the otherwise Stygian surroundings. I thought that it might be one of Chris's parents. Maybe they had come to check in on us and seen that I was gone. It wouldn't have taken much pressing for Chris to confess. I took one step toward the car, and it broke its paws and started driving toward me at a slow pace. It passed me, and I saw that it wasn't Chris's parents' car, or any car that I recognized for that matter. I tried to see the driver, but it was too dark, and my pupils had shrunk when faced with the blinding lights from the car just moments before. They adjusted enough so that I could see a tremendous crack in the back window of the car as it drove away. I didn't think much of the whole affair. Some people find it fun to scare other people. I'd often hide around corners and jump out at my mom after all. I timed it right and got there about 10 minutes before the movie. I had decided to wait outside until around 11:57, since that would give me time to find her inside if she was already seated. As I was considering the possibility that she might not show, I saw her. She was alone, and she was beautiful. I waved to her and walked to close the distance. She smiled and asked if my friends were already inside. I said that they weren't, and realized that this must seem like I was trying to make this a date. She didn't seem bothered by that, nor was she bothered when I handed her the ticket I had already bought. She looked at me quizzically, and I said, "Don't worry, I'm rich." She laughed, and we went inside. I bought us 1 popcorn and 2 drinks, and spent most of the movie debating whether or not I should time reaching my hand into the popcorn bag when she reached in so they would touch. She seemed to enjoy the movie, and before I knew it, it was over. We didn't linger in the theater, and because this was a midnight show, we couldn't loiter in the lobby, so we walked outside. The parking lot of the theater was big because it connected with a mall that had gone out of business. Not wanting the night to be over just yet, I continued the conversation while casually walking toward the old mall. As we were about to round the corner and leave the theater out of sight, I looked back and saw that her car wasn't the only one left in the parking lot. The other one had a large crack in the back window. My immediate uneasiness turned to understanding. That makes a lot of sense. The driver of that car works here, and must have figured I was on my way to the movie. Injecting real horror into the life of a horror fan seemed like an obvious move. We walked around the mall and talked about the movie. I told her that I thought Day of the Dead was better than Dawn of the Dead, but she refused to agree. I told her of when I called her old number and about my dilemma about who would answer the phone. She didn't find it as funny as I now did. But she took my phone and put her number in it. She commented that it might be the worst cell phone she'd ever seen. Her evaluation wasn't rescinded when I told her I couldn't even receive pictures on it. I called her so she'd have my number, and she programmed it in. She told me that she was graduating, but she hadn't done well in school so far that year, so she wasn't sure if she'd even get into college. I told her to attach a picture of herself to the application, and they'd pay her to go there just so they could look at her. She didn't laugh at that one, and I thought she might be offended. She might have thought I was implying that she couldn't get in based on her intelligence. I nervously glanced at her, and she was just smiling, and even in this poor light, I could see that she was blushing. I wanted to hold her hand, but I didn't. As we walked down the final side of the mall back toward the theater, I asked her about Josh. She told me she didn't want to talk about it. I asked her if he was at least doing all right, and she just said, "I don't know." I figured Josh must have taken a wrong turn somewhere and started getting into trouble. I felt bad. I felt guilty. As we approached the parking lot, I noticed that the car with the cracked back window was gone and that her car was now the only one in the parking lot. She asked me if I needed a ride, and even though I really didn't, I said that I'd appreciate it. I had drunk my whole soda during the movie, and all the walking was putting pressure on my bladder. I knew that I could wait until I was back at Chris's, but I had decided that I was going to try to kiss her when she dropped me off, and I didn't want this biological nagging to rush me out of the car. This would be my first kiss. I could think of no ruse to conceal what I needed to do. The theater had long closed, so I only had one option. I told her that I was going to go behind the theater to piss, but that I'd be back in 2 shakes. It was obvious that I thought it was hilarious, and she seemed to laugh more at how funny I found it than at how funny it clearly was. On the way toward the theater, I stopped and turned toward her. I asked her if Josh had ever told her that kid named Alex had done something nice for me. She paused to think for a moment and said that he had. She inquired as to why I had asked, but I said it was nothing. Josh really was a good friend. When I went to go behind the theater, I realized that theater was a chain-link fence extending off and running parallel to the walls of the building. Where I stood, she could still see me, and the fence seemed to stretch on endlessly. So I thought I'd just hop it, duck out of sight, and return as quickly as I could. It may have been too much of an effort, but I thought it polite. I climbed the fence and walked just a little ways until I was out of sight and urinated. For a moment, the only sounds were the crickets in the grass behind me and the collision of liquid and cement. These sounds were overpowered by a noise that I can still hear when it is quiet, and there are no other noises to distract my ears. In the distance, I heard a faint screeching which quickly subsided only to be replaced by a cascade of thundering vibrations. I realized quickly enough what it was. It was a car. The growling of the engine got louder, and then I thought, no, not louder, closer. As soon as I realized this, I started back toward the fence. But before I could get very far at all, I hear a brief, truncated scream, and the roar of the engine terminated in a deafening thud. I started running, but after only 2 or 3 steps, I was tripped by a loose piece of stone and fell hard and fast onto the concrete, my head striking the corner of a chair as I fell. I was dazed for maybe 30 seconds, but the renewed rumbling of the engine drew my senses back and my equilibrium was restored by adrenaline. I redoubled my efforts. I was worried that whoever had crashed the car might harass Veronica. As I was climbing over the fence, I saw that there was still only one car in the parking lot. I didn't see any evidence of a crash. I thought that I might have misjudged its direction or proximity. As I ran towards Veronica's car, and as my orientation changed, I saw what the car had hit. My legs stopped working almost completely. It was Veronica. Her car was sitting between us. As I closed the distance and walked around it, she came fully into view. Her body was twisted and crumpled like a discarded figure meant to represent a catalog of things the human body cannot do. I could see the bone of her right shin cutting through her jeans, and her left arm was wrapped so hard around the back of her neck that her hand fell on her right breast. Her head was craned back, and her mouth hung widely open toward the sky. There was so much blood. As I looked at her, I actually found it hard to discern whether she was lying on her back or her stomach, and this optical illusion made me feel sick. When you are confronted with something in the world that simply doesn't belong, your mind tries to convince itself that it is dreaming, and to that end, it provides you with that distinct sense of all things moving slowly as if through sap. In that moment, I honestly felt that I would wake up any minute, but I didn't wake up. I fumbled with my phone to call for help, but I had no signal. I could see Veronica's phone sticking out of what I thought was her front right pocket. I had no choice. Trembling, I reached for her phone, and as I slid it out, she moved and gasped for air so violently that it seemed as if she were trying to breathe in the whole world. This startled me so much that I staggered back and fell onto the asphalt with her phone in my hand. She was trying to adjust her body to get it into its natural position, but with every spasm and jerk, I could hear the cracking and grinding of her bones. Without thinking, I scrambled over to her and put my face over hers and just said, "Veronica, don't move. Don't move, okay? Just stay still. Don't move. Veronica, please just don't move." I kept saying it, but the words started to fall apart as tears came streaming down my face. I opened her phone. It still worked. It was still on the screen where she had saved my number, and when I saw that, I felt my heart break a little. I called 911 and waited with her, telling her that she would be okay, and feeling guilty for lying to her every time I said it. When the sound of sirens tore through the air, she seemed to become more alert. She had remained conscious since I found her, but now more of the light was coming back into her eyes. Her brain was still protecting her from pain, though it looked as if it was finally allowing her to become aware that something was terribly wrong with her. Her eyes rolled over to mine and her lips moved. She was struggling, but I heard her. Picture. My picture. He took it." I didn't understand. Picture. My picture. He took it." I didn't understand what she meant, so I said the only thing I could. "I'm so sorry, Veronica." I rode with her in the ambulance where she finally lost consciousness. I waited in the room that they had reserved for her. I still had her phone, so I put it with her purse, and I called my mom from the hospital phone. It was about 4 a.m. I told her that I was fine, but that Veronica was not. She cursed at me and said she'd be right there, but I told her I wasn't leaving until Veronica was out of surgery. She said she'd come anyway. My mom and I didn't speak that much. I told her I was sorry for lying, and she said that we'd talk about that later. I think that had we talked more in that room, if I had just told her about boxes or the night with the raft, if she had just told me more of what she knew, I think that things would have changed. But we sat there in silence. She told me that she loved me and that I could call her whenever I wanted her to come get me. As my mom was leaving, Veronica's parents rushed in. Her dad and my mom exchanged a few words that appeared to be quite serious, while Veronica's mother talked to the person at the desk. Her mother was a nurse, but didn't work at the hospital. I'm sure that she had tried to get Veronica transferred, but her condition was prohibitive. While we waited, the police came in and talked to each of us. I told them what happened. They made some notes, and then they left. She came out of surgery, and 90% of her body was covered in a thick white cast. Her right arm was free, but the rest of her was bound like a cocoon. She was still under, but I remembered how I felt when I had my cast before kindergarten. I asked a nurse for a marker, but I couldn't think of anything to write. I slept in a chair in the corner and went home the next day. I came back every afternoon for several days. At some point, they had moved another patient into her room and set up a screen around Veronica's bed to act as a partition. She didn't seem to be feeling better, but she made more moments of lucidity. But even during these periods, we wouldn't really talk. Her jaw had been broken by the car, so the doctors had wired it shut. I sat with her for a while, but there was nothing much I could say. I got up and walked over to her. I kissed her on the forehead, and she whispered through her clenched teeth, "Josh." This surprised me a little, but I looked at her and said, "Has he not come to see you?" "No." I found myself really irritated. Even if Josh had been getting into trouble, he should still come see his sister, I thought. I was about to express this when she said, "No, Josh, he ran away. I should have told you." I felt my blood turn to ice. When? When did this happen? "When he was 13. Did Did he leave a note or something? On his pillow. She started crying and I followed her, but I think now we were crying for different reasons, even if I didn't realize it. At this point, there were a lot of things I still didn't remember about my childhood, and there were a lot of connections I hadn't yet made. I told her I had to go, but that she could text me any time. I got a text from her the next day telling me not to come back. I asked why, and she said that she didn't want me to see her like that again. I agreed begrudgingly. We texted each other every day, though I kept this from my mom because I knew that she didn't like me talking to Veronica. Usually her texts were fairly short, and mostly only in responses to more lengthy texts that I would send her. I tried calling her only once. I was sure that she was screening her calls, but hoped I could hear her voice. She picked up but didn't say anything. I could hear how labored her breathing was. About a week after, she told me not to come see her anymore. She sent me a text that simply read, "I love you." I was filled with so many different emotions, but I responded by expressing the most prevalent one. I replied, "I love you too." She said that she wanted to be with me, and that she couldn't wait until she could see me again. She told me that she had been released and was convalescing at her house. These exchanges carried on for several weeks, but every time I asked to come see her, she would say soon. I kept insisting, and the following week she said that she thought she might be able to make it to the next midnight movie. I couldn't believe it, but she insisted that she would try. I got a text from her the afternoon of the movie saying, "See you tonight." I got Ryan to drive me since Chris's parents had found out what had happened and said I wasn't welcome at their house anymore. I explained to Ryan that she might be in bad shape, but that I really cared about her, so to give us some space. He accepted that, and we headed down there. Veronica didn't show. I had saved a seat for her right next to me near the exit so she could get in and out easily, but 10 minutes into the movie a man slid into the chair. I whispered, "Excuse me, that seat is taken." But he didn't respond at all. He just stared ahead at the screen. I remember wanting to move because there was something wrong with the way he was breathing. I forfeited because I realized that she wasn't coming. I texted her the next day asking if she was all right, and I inquired as to why she didn't show the previous night. She responded with what would turn out to be the last message I'd received from her. She simply said, "See you again soon." She was delirious, and I was worried about her. I sent her several replies reminding her about the movie and saying it was no big deal, but she just stopped replying. I grew increasingly upset over the next several days. I couldn't reach her at her home because I didn't know that number, and I wasn't even sure where they lived. My mood became increasingly depressed, and my mother, who had been really nice as of late, asked me if I was okay. I told her that I hadn't heard from Veronica in days, and I felt all the warmth leave her disposition. "What do you mean?" "She was supposed to meet me at the movies yesterday. I know it's only been like 3 weeks since she got hit, but she said she would try to come, and after that she just stopped talking to me altogether. She must hate me." She looked confused, and I could read on her face that she was trying to tell if my mind had simply broken. When she saw that it hadn't, her eyes began to water and she pulled me toward her, embracing me. She was beginning to sob, but it seemed too intense a reaction to my problem, and I had no reason to think that she particularly cared for Veronica. She drew in a shuddering breath and then said something that still makes me nauseous even now. She said, "Veronica's dead, sweetheart." Oh, God, I thought you knew. She died on the last day you visited her. Oh, baby, she died weeks ago. She had completely broken down, but I knew it wasn't because of Veronica. I broke the embrace and staggered backwards. My mind was swimming. This wasn't possible. I had just exchanged messages with her yesterday. I could only think to ask one question, and it was probably the most trivial I could ask. Then why was her phone still on? She continued sobbing, She didn't answer. I exploded. Why did it take them so long to shut off her goddamn phone? Her crying broke enough to mutter, "The pictures." I would come to find out that her parents thought that her phone had been lost in the accident, despite the fact that I had put it in her purse the night she was brought to the hospital. When they retrieved her belongings, the phone was not among them. They intended to contact the phone company at the end of the billing cycle to deactivate the line, but they received a call informing them of a massive impending charge for hundreds of pictures that had been sent from her phone. Pictures that were all sent to my phone, pictures that I never got because my phone couldn't receive them. They learned that they were all sent after the night she died. They deactivated the phone immediately. I tried not to think about the contents of those pictures, but I remember wondering for some reason whether I would have been in any of them. My mouth went dry, and I felt the painful sting of despair as I thought of the last message I received from her phone. "See you again soon." Part 6. Friends. On the first day of kindergarten, my mother had elected to drive me to school. We were both nervous, and she wanted to be there with me all the way up to the moment I walked into class. It took me a bit longer to get ready in the morning due to my still mending arm. The cast came up a couple inches past my elbow, which meant that I had to cover the entire arm with a specially designed latex bag when I showered. The bag was built to pull tight around the opening in order to seal out any water that might otherwise destroy the cast. I had gotten really adept at cinching the bag myself. That morning, however, perhaps due to my excitement or nervousness, I hadn't pulled the strap tight enough, and halfway through the shower I could feel water pooling inside the bag around my fingers. I jumped out and tore the latex shield away, but could feel that the previously rigid plaster had become soft after absorbing the water. Because there was no way to effectively clean the area between your body and a cast, the dead skin that would normally have fallen away merely sits there. When stirred by moisture like sweat, it emits an odor, and apparently this odor is proportionate to the amount of moisture introduced. Because soon after I began attempting to dry it, I was struck by the powerful stench of rot. As I continued to frantically rub it with the towel, it began to disintegrate. I was growing increasingly distressed. I had put as much effort as a child could into his very first day of school. I had sat with my mom picking out my clothes the night before. I had spent a great deal of time picking out my backpack, and I had become exceedingly excited to show everyone my lunchbox that had the Ninja Turtles on it. I had fallen into my mom's habit of calling these children I hadn't yet met my friends already, but as the condition of my cast worsened, I became deeply upset at the thought that surely I wouldn't be able to apply that label to anyone by the time this day was over. Defeated, I showed my mom. It took 30 minutes to get most of the moisture out while working to preserve the rest of the cast. To address the problem of the smell, my mom cut slivers off a bar of soap and slid them down into the cast, and then rubbed the remainder of the soap on the outside in an attempt to cocoon the rancid smell inside of a more pleasant one. By the time we arrived at the school, my classmates were already engaged in their second activity, and I was shoehorned into one of the groups. I wasn't made very clear on what the guidelines of the activity were, and within about 5 minutes, I had violated the rules so badly that each member of the group complained to the teacher and asked why I had to be in their group. I had brought a marker to school in hopes that I could collect some signatures or drawings on my cast, next to my mother's, and I suddenly felt very foolish for having even put the marker in my pocket that morning. Kindergartners had the lunchroom to themselves at my elementary school, but most of the tables were off limits, so I didn't have to sit alone. I was self-consciously picking at the fraying ends of my cast when a kid sat across from me. "I like your lunchbox," he said. I could tell he was making fun of me, and I grew really angry. In my mind, that lunchbox was the last good thing about my day. I didn't look up from my arm and I felt a burning in my eyes from the tears that I was holding back. I looked up to tell the kid to leave me alone, but before I could get the words out, I saw something that made me pause. He had the exact same lunchbox. I laughed. I like your lunchbox too. I think Michelangelo's the coolest, he said while miming nunchuck moves. I was in the middle of rebutting by saying that Raphael was my favorite when he knocked his open carton of milk off the table and onto his lap. I tried very hard to stifle my laughter since I didn't know him at all, but the struggling look on my face must have struck him as funny because he started laughing first. Suddenly, I didn't feel so bad about my cast, and thought that this person would hardly notice now anyway. Just then, I thought to try my luck. Hey, do you want to sign my cast? As I pulled out the marker, he asked me how I broke it. I told him that I fell out of the tallest tree in my neighborhood. He seemed impressed. I watched him laboriously draw his name, and when he was done, I asked him what it said. He told me it said, Josh. Josh and I had lunch together every day, and whenever we could, we partnered up for projects. I helped him with his handwriting, and he took the blame when I wrote fart on the wall in permanent marker. I would come to know other kids, but I think I knew even then that Josh was my only real friend. Moving a friendship outside of school when you are 5 years old is actually more difficult than most remember. The day we launched our balloons, we had such a good time that I asked Josh if he wanted to come to my house the next day to play. He said he did, and that he'd bring some of his toys. I said that we could also go exploring and maybe swim in the lake. When I got home, I asked my mom and she said it would be fine. My enthusiasm was boundless, until I realized that I had no way of contacting Josh to tell him. I spent the whole weekend worrying that our friendship would be dissolved by Monday. When I saw him after the weekend, I was relieved to find that he had run into the same obstacle, and thought it was funny. Later that week, we both remembered to write down our phone numbers at home, and then exchange them at school. My mom spoke with Josh's dad, and it was decided that my mom would pick up Josh and myself from school that Friday. We alternated this basic structure nearly every weekend. The fact that we lived so close made things much easier on our parents, who seemed to work constantly. When my mom and I moved across the city at the end of first grade, I was sure that our friendship had seen its last day. As we drove away from the house I had lived in my whole life, I felt a sadness that I knew wasn't just about a house. It was saying goodbyes to my friend forever, but Josh and I, to my surprise and delight, stayed close. Despite the fact that we spent the majority of our time apart and only saw one another on weekends, we remained remarkably similar as we grew. Our personalities coalesced, our senses of humor complemented each other's, and we would often find that we had started liking new things independently. We even sounded enough alike that when I stayed with Josh, he would sometimes call my mom pretending to be me. His success rate was impressive. My mom would sometimes joke that the only way she could tell us apart sometimes was by our hair. He had straight, dirty blonde hair like his sister, while I had curly, dark brown hair like my mother. One would think that the thing most likely to drive two young friends apart would be what's out of their control. However, I think the catalyst of our gradual disengagement was my insistence that we sneak out to my old house to look for boxes. The next weekend, I invited Josh over to my house, in keeping with our traditions of alternating houses, but he said that he wasn't really feeling up to it. We started seeing progressively less of one another over the next year or so. It had gone from once a week to once a month to once every couple months. For my 12th birthday, my mom threw a party for me. I hadn't made that many friends since we'd moved, so it wasn't a surprise party since my mom had no idea who to invite. I told the handful of kids I'd become acquainted with and called Josh to see if he wanted to come. Originally, he said that he didn't think he could make it, But the day before the party, he called me to say that he'd be there. I was really excited because I hadn't seen him in several months. The party went pretty well. My biggest concern was that Josh and the other kids wouldn't get along, but they seemed to like each other well enough. Josh was surprisingly quiet. He hadn't brought me a gift and apologized for that, but I told him it wasn't a big deal. I was just glad that he was able to make it. I tried to start several conversations with him, but they seemed to keep reaching dead ends. I asked him what was wrong. I told him that I didn't get why things had become so awkward between us. They were never like that before. We used to hang out almost every weekend and talk on the phone every couple days. I asked him what happened to us. He looked up from staring at his shoes and just said, "You left." Just after he said that, my mom yelled in from the other room that it was time to open presents. I forced a smile and walked into the dining room as they sang "Happy Birthday." There were a couple of wrapped boxes and a lot of cards since most of my extended family lived out of state. Most of the gifts were silly and forgettable, but I remember that Brian gave me a Mighty Max toy shaped like a snake that I kept for years afterwards. My mom was insistent that I open all the cards that had been brought and thank each person who had given one, because several years before on Christmas I had torn through the wrapping paper and envelopes with such fervor that I had destroyed any possibility of discerning who had sent which gift, or what amount of money. We separated the ones that had been sent by mail and the ones that had been brought that day so my friends wouldn't have to sit through me opening cards from people they had never met. Most of the cards from my friends had a couple dollars in them, and the ones from my family members contained larger bills. One envelope didn't have my name written on it, but it was in the pile, so I opened it. The card had a generic floral pattern on its face, and seemed to be a card that had been received by someone else who was now recycling it for my birthday, because it was actually a little dingy. I actually appreciated the idea that it was a reused card, since I'd always thought that cards were silly. I angled it so that the money wouldn't fall to the floor when I opened it, but the only thing inside was the message that had come printed in the card. "I love you." Whoever had given me this card hadn't written anything in it, but they had circled the message in pencil a couple times. I chuckled a little and said, "Gee, thanks for the awesome card, Mom." She looked at me quizzically and then turned her attention to the card. She told me it wasn't from her and seemed amused as she showed my friends, looking at their faces trying to discern who had played the joke. None of the kids stepped forward, so my mom said, "Don't worry, sweetheart. At least you know now that 2 people love you." She followed that with an extremely prolonged and excruciating kiss on my forehead that transformed the group's bewilderment into hysteria. They were all laughing, so it could have been any of them, but Mike seemed to be laughing the hardest. To become a participant rather than a subject of the gag, I said to him that just because he had given me that card, he shouldn't think that I'd kiss him later. We all laughed, and as I looked at Josh, I saw that he was finally smiling. "Well, I think that gift might be the winner, but you have a couple more to open." My mom slid another present in front of me. I was still feeling the tremors of suppressed chuckles in my abdomen as I tore the colorful paper away. When I saw the gift, I had no need to suppress the laughter anymore. My smile dropped as I looked at what I'd been given. It was a pair of walkie-talkies. "Well, go on, show everyone." I held them up and everyone seemed to approve. But as I drew my attention to Josh, I could see that he had turned a sickly shade of white. We locked eyes for a moment, and then he turned and walked into the kitchen. As I watched him dial a number on the corded phone attached to the wall, my mom whispered in my ear that she knew that Josh and I didn't talk as much since one of the walkie-talkies had broken, so she thought I'd like it. I was filled with an intense appreciation for my mom's thoughtfulness, but this feeling was easily overpowered by the emotions, resurrected by the returning memories I'd tried so hard to bury. When everyone was eating cake, I asked Josh who he had called. He told me he wasn't feeling well, so he called his dad to come get him. I understood that he wanted to leave, but I told him that I wished we could hang out more. I extended one of the walkie-talkies to him, but he put his hand up in refusal. Dejected, I said, "Well, thanks for coming, I guess. I hope I'll see you before my next birthday." "I'm sorry. I'll try to call you more often. I really will," he said. The conversation stagnated as we waited by my door for his dad. I looked at his face. Josh seemed genuinely remorseful that he hadn't made more of an effort. His mood seemed suddenly bolstered by an idea that had struck him. He told me that he knew what he'd get me for my birthday. It would take a while, but he thought that I would really like it. I told him it wasn't a big deal, but he insisted. He seemed in better spirits and apologized for being such a drag at my party. He said that he was tired, that he hadn't been sleeping well. I asked him why that was as he opened the door in response to his dad's honking in the driveway. He turned back toward me and waved goodbye as he answered my question. "I think I've been sleepwalking." That was the last time I saw my friend, and a couple months later, he was gone. Over the past several weeks, the relationship between my mother and I has grown increasingly strained due to my attempts to learn the details of my childhood. It's often the case that one cannot know the breaking point of a thing until that thing fractures. And after the last conversation with my mother, I imagine that we will spend the rest of our lives attempting to repair what had taken a lifetime to build. She had put so much energy into keeping me safe, both physically and psychologically, but I think that the walls meant to insulate me from harm were also protecting her emotional stability. As the truth came pouring out the last time we spoke, I could hear a trembling in her voice that I think was a reverberation of the collapse of her world. I don't imagine my mother and I will talk very much anymore, and while there are still things I don't understand, I think I know enough. After Josh disappeared, his parents had done all they could to find him. From the very first day, the police had suggested that they contact all of Josh's friends' parents to see if he was with them. They did this, of course, but no one had seen him or had any idea of where he might be. The police had been unable to turn over any new information about Josh's whereabouts, despite the fact that they had received several anonymous phone calls from a woman urging them to compare this case with the stalking case that had been opened about 6 years before. If Josh's mother's grip on the world loosened when her son vanished, it broke when Veronica died. She had seen many people die at the hospital, but there is no amount of desensitization that can fortify a person against the death of her own child. She would visit Veronica twice a day since she was recuperating at a different hospital, once before her shift and once afterward. On the day Veronica died, her mother was late leaving work, and by the time she arrived at her daughter's hospital, Veronica had already passed. This was too much for her, and over the next couple of weeks she became increasingly more unstable. She would often wander outside yelling for Josh and Veronica to come home, and there were several times her husband found her wandering around my old neighborhood in the middle of the night, half-clothed, and frantically searching for her son and daughter. Due to his wife's mental deterioration, Josh's dad could no longer travel for work and began taking construction jobs that were less well-paying, so he could be closer to home. When they began expanding my old neighborhood more, about 3 months after Veronica died, Josh's dad applied for every position and was hired. He was qualified to lead the build sites, but he took a job as a laborer, helping to build frames and clean up the sites and whatever else was needed. He even took odd jobs that would occasionally come up, mowing lawns, repairing fences, anything that to keep from traveling. They began clearing the woods in the area next to the tributary to transform the land into inhabitable property. Josh's dad was tasked with the responsibility of leveling the recently deforested lot, and this job guaranteed him at least several weeks of work. On the third day, he arrived at a spot that he could not level. Each time he'd drive over it, it would remain lower than all the surrounding land. Frustrated, he got off the machine to survey the area. He was tempted to simply pack more dirt into the depression, but he knew that would only be an aesthetic and temporary solution. He had worked construction for years, and knew that root systems from large trees that had been recently cut down would often decompose, leaving weaknesses in the soil that would manifest as weaknesses in the foundations above. He weighed his options and elected to dig a little with a shovel in case the problem was shallow enough to fix without needing a machine that would have to be brought over from another site. And as my mother described where this was, I knew I had been at that spot both before the soil was broken and before it had been filled in. I felt a tightening in my chest. He dug a small hole about 3 feet down until his shovel collided with something hard. He smashed his shovel against it repeatedly in an attempt to gauge the thickness of the roots and the density of the network when suddenly his shovel plunged through the resistance. Confused, he dug the hole wider. After about a half hour of excavating, he found himself standing on a brown blanket-covered box, about 7 feet long and 4 feet wide. Our minds work to avoid dissonance. If we hold the belief strongly enough, our minds will forcefully reject conflicting evidence so that we can maintain the integrity of our understanding of the world. Up until the very next moment, despite what all sense would have indicated, despite the fact that some small but suffocated part of him understood what was supporting his weight, this man believed, he knew, his son was still alive. My mom received a call at 6 p.m. She knew who it was, but she couldn't understand what he was saying. But what she did comprehend made her leave immediately. "Down here. Now, son. Please, God." When she arrived, she found Josh's dad sitting perfectly still with his back to the hole. He was holding his shovel so tightly it seemed it might snap, and he was staring straight ahead with eyes that looked as lifeless as a shark's. He wouldn't respond to any of her words, and only reacted when she tried to gently take the shovel from him. He dragged his eyes slowly to hers and just said, "I don't understand." He repeated this as if he had forgotten all other words, and my mother could hear him still muttering it as she walked past him to look in the hole. She told me she wished she had gouged her eyes out before she faced downward into that crater, and I told her that I knew what she was about to say, and that she need not continue. I looked at her face, and it was expressing a look of such intense despair that it caused my stomach to turn. I realized that she had known of this for almost 10 years and was hoping that she'd never have to tell me. As a result, she never came up with the proper arrangement of words to describe what she saw, and as I sit here, I'm met with the same difficulty of articulation. Josh was dead. His face was sunken in and contorted in such a way that it was as if misery and hopelessness of all the world had been transferred to it. The assaulting smell of decay rose from the crypt, and my mother had to cover her nose and mouth to keep from vomiting. His skin was cracked, almost crocodilian, and a stream of blood that had followed these lines had dried on his face after pooling and staining the wood around his head. His eyes lay half-lidded, facing straight up. She said by the look of him he had not been long dead, and thus time had not brought the mercy of degradation to erase the pain and terror that was now etched into his face. She said it was as if he had fixed his gaze right on her, his open mouth offering an all-too-late plea for help. The rest of his body, however, wasn't visible. Someone else was covering it. He was large and lay face down on top of Josh, and as my mother's mind stretched itself to take in what her eyes were attempting to tell her, she became aware of the significance of the way in which he laid. He was holding Josh. Their legs lay frozen by death, but entangled like vines in some lush tropical forest. One arm rested under Josh's neck only to wrap around his body so that they might lay closer still. As the sun passed through the trees, its light became reflected by something pinned to Josh's shirt. My mother stooped to one knee and raised the collar off her shirt over her nose so that she might block out the smell. When she saw what had caught the sun, her legs abandoned her, and she nearly fell into the tomb. It was a picture. It was a picture of me as a child. She staggered backwards, gasping and trembling, and collided with Josh's father, who still sat facing away from the hole. She understood why he had called her, but she could not bring herself to tell him what she had kept from everyone for all these years. Josh's family never knew about the night I had woken up in the woods. She knew now that she should have told them, but to tell them now would help nothing. As she sat there resting her back against Josh's dad's, he spoke. I can't tell my wife. I can't tell her that our little boy... His speech staggered in fits as he pressed his wet face into his dirt-caked hands. She couldn't bear it. After a moment, he stood up, still shuddering and lumbering toward the grave. With a final sob, he stepped down into the coffin. Josh's dad was a big man, but not as big as the man in the box. He grabbed the back of the man's collar and pulled hard. It was as if he intended to throw the man out of the grave in a singular motion, but the collar ripped and the body fell back down on top of his son. You motherfucker! He grabbed the man by the shoulders and heaved him back until he was off of Josh, and sat awkwardly but upright against the wall of the grave. He looked at the man and staggered back a step. Oh God, no, please, God. In a struggling but painful movement, he lifted and pushed the corpse completely out of the ground, and they both heard the sound of glass rolling against wood. It was a bottle. He handed it to my mother. It was ether. Josh, he sobbed. My boy, my baby boy. Why is there so much blood? What did he do to you? As my mother looked at the man who now lay facing upwards, she realized she was facing the person who had haunted our lives for over a decade. She had imagined him so many times. Always evil and always terrifying, and the cries of Josh's father seemed to confirm her worst fears. But as she stared at his face, she thought that this didn't look like who she imagined. This was just a man. As she looked at his frozen expression, it actually looked serene. The corners of his lips were turned up only slightly. She saw that he was smiling. Not the expected smile of a maniac from a film or horror story. Not the smile of a demon or the smile of a fiend. This was the smile of contentment or satisfaction. It was a smile of bliss. It was a smile of love. As she looked down from his face and she saw a tremendous wound on his neck from where the skin had been ripped out, she was at first relieved when she realized the blood had not been Josh's. Perhaps he had suffered less, but this comfort was short-lived as she realized just how wrong she was. She brought a hand up to her mouth and whispered, almost as if she were afraid to remind the world what had happened. They were alive. Josh must have bitten the man's neck in an attempt to get free, and although the man had died, Josh couldn't move him. I began crying when I thought of how long he might have laid there. She looked through the man's pockets for some kind of identification, but she only found a piece of paper. On it was a drawing of a man holding hands with a small boy, and next to the boy were initials. My initials. I'd like to think that she was remembering that part of the story inaccurately, but I'll never know for sure. As Josh's father carried his son out of the grave, my mom slid the piece of paper into her pocket. He kept muttering that his son's hair had been dyed. She saw that it had. It was now dark brown, and she noticed that he was dressed oddly. His clothes were far too small for him. After Josh's dad delicately laid his body on the soft dirt, he began gently pressing his hands against his son's pants to feel his pockets. He heard a crinkle. Carefully, he retrieved a folded piece of paper from Josh's pocket. He looked at it but was vexed. Absently, he handed it to my mother, but she didn't recognize it either. I asked her what it was. She told me it was a map, and I felt my heart shatter. He was finishing the map. That must have been his idea for my birthday present. I found myself strangely hoping that he hadn't been taken while expanding it, as if that would somehow matter now. She heard Josh's father grunt and looked to see him pushing the man's body back into the ground. As he walked back toward the machine that had found the spot for him, he put his hand on a canister of gasoline and paused with his back toward my mother. "You should go." "I'm so sorry." "It's not your fault. I did this. You can't think like that. There was nothing—" He interjected flatly, almost with no emotion at all. "About a month ago, a guy approached me as I was cleaning up the site on the new development a block over. He asked me if I wanted to make some extra money, and because my wife's not working right now, I accepted. He told me that some kids had dug a bunch of holes on his property, and he offered me $100 to fill them in. He said that he wanted to take some pictures for the insurance company first, but if I came back after 5 p.m. the next day, that would be fine. I thought this guy was a sucker, since I knew clearing that lot was coming up, so someone would have had to do it anyway. But I needed the money, so I agreed. I didn't think he even had $100. So he put the bill in my hand and I did the job the next day. I've been so exhausted that I didn't even think about it after it was done. I didn't think about it until today when I pulled that same guy off my son." He pointed at the grave, and his emotions started to push through as he broke into a sob. "He paid me $100 so that I would bury him with my boy." It was as if saying it aloud forced him to accept what had happened, and he collapsed onto the ground in tears. My mother could think of nothing to say, and stood there in silence for what felt like a lifetime. She finally asked what he would do about Josh. "His final resting place won't be here with this monster." As he looked back when she reached her car, she could see black smoke billowing out and diffusing against the amber sky, and she hoped against all hope that Josh's parents would be okay. I left my mom's house without saying much else. I told her that I loved her and that I would talk to her soon, but I don't know what soon means for us. I got into my car and left. I understood now why the events of my childhood had stopped years ago. As an adult, I now saw the connections that were lost on a child who tends to see the world in snapshots rather than a sequence. I thought about Josh. I loved him then, and I love him even still. I miss him more now that I know I'll never see him again, and I find myself wishing that I had hugged him the last time I saw him. I thought about Josh's parents, how much they had lost and how quickly that loss had come. They don't know about my connection to any of this, but I could never look them in the eyes now. I thought about Veronica. I had only really come to know her later in my life, but for those brief few weeks I think I had really loved her. I thought about my mother. She had tried so hard to protect me and was stronger than I would ever be. I tried not to think about the man and what he had done with Josh for more than 2 years. Mostly I just thought about Josh. Sometimes I wish that he never sat across from me that day in kindergarten, that I'd never known what it was like to have a real friend. Sometimes I like to dream that he's in a better place, but that's only a dream, and I know that. The world is a cruel place made crueler still by man. There would be no justice for my friend, no final confrontation, no vengeance. It had been over for almost a decade for everyone but me now. I miss you, Josh. I'm sorry you chose me, but I'll always cherish my memories of you. We were explorers. We were adventurers. We were friends.